Oh my gosh, I thought I had my mic on already. Sorry guys. Give me just another minute or so. This is my first time doing a simulcast. The music's too loud. And I'm using the item whatever plugin, and I'm just making sure everything's working the way it's supposed to. So I'm really glad that it looks like it's working. I mean, I see my Twitch up, I see YouTube up, which is really great. Let me see here. So I want to check one more thing before I get into streaming here. Let's see. You go to my profile. Why is Twitter being weird? Oh, I don't have my Twitch on my Linktree anymore. I need to fix that. Okay, cool. Let's see here. I'll be right with y'all. I just realized that I didn't put out my social media post like I thought I was. I need to like prepare this in advance next time because this is embarrassing. Oh my goodness. Sorry guys. There we go. Alright, now we got my socials out. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's get some stuff done. Let's see. Where's my... I've got too many screens, y'all. Way too many screens. I've got too many screens. Too much going on. Wow, it took me 6 minutes to get that going. Sorry, guys. Longer than I would have liked. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up? First time chatter. Hello. How are you? Is it Solaresque? Is that, yeah, Solaresque from Twitch. Hello. Is it, it's so late over here. Oh, I'm in Tennessee, so it's like 9:45 p.m. or something. Just a bit tired. Honestly, same. Like, I was supposed to stream at about 2 p.m. today, and, which was like 7, almost, 8 hours ago. And I was like, oh, well, like, I'm just gonna take a little nap. And that 30-minute nap turned into like 5 or 6 hours. I was like, it's, you know that meme where like the guy's waking up, it's like dark, clearly dark out, and he's like squinting. He's like, huh? Like, that was me when I woke up. I'm like, why is it dark outside? I hadn't eaten yet, so I was like, oh man, like, let me go make some food first. So I went and made some food, and now that I've eaten, I was like, okay, cool. Bum, 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 bum. So what are you up to today? I'm sorry, I'm just kind of getting my brain resituated here, because I gotta do... I've already done the line art for these 2 pages, and my goal today is to get, to get the tones done for these pages. So... I just realized that my chat is only showing my YouTube chat, like the one on the stream. I need to figure out how to fix that in the future. My bad. Hey, Starry Mel on my YouTube. Hello. I'm so happy that like the simul stream is working though. I can't even tell you. It took me 3 hours to get that set up today. Cause I tried a couple different ones to try to like get it set up and working, and it took me forever to get it all set up. And then I was like, okay, cool, I'm so tired from all that mental work that I'm just gonna not do that. I'm just gonna take a nap first. Thank you. So I'll show you guys like what I did. I guess we'll start there with the assistant work. So the manga this is the Bubble Gumshoes, volume 2 that I have right now. And I'll show you guys like basically what I start with, I guess. I have 2 pages here that I'm working on. There's as you can see, there's a hella lot of pages. There's me and then another assistant. And so I'm doing everything from like backgrounds, and then like if a character, there's like another manga I'm working on, Rapture Burgers. And one of the characters has like a mechanical arm, and so that would be something that I draw as well. Right? Isn't the hamster cute? Oh yeah, getting back into drawing. It's one of those things where I think you should start with what you really love the most. Like, for example, if it were me, I really love drawing rocks and trees and backgrounds and landscapes and like nature things. So like, when I went like almost 3 years with like barely drawing at all, and that was how I got back into it, was just drawing the things that I actually like drawing. You know what I mean? That was how I started. Just drawing the things that I really, or started like getting back into it. It's just like drawing whatever you really love. I mean, to be fair, it's hard for most people to draw backgrounds. And so, but I'll show you guys, what I'm one of those weirdos where I just really like it. Like, I like doing backgrounds more than I like doing characters. So I'll show you guys what I started with. This is basically what I started with. It was just, like, the characters, and then, like a rough sketch of, like, what the background should be, is kind of what I started with, on this page. And then I had a reference here, that the mangaka had put into, the image for, like, what like, bedding type they were thinking about for the hamsters. So that was kind of the reference that I had. And then, of course, some notes from the mangaka. So the manga that I work on, there's a writer, there's an artist. So I guess mangaka isn't technically the right word, but anyway. And so, I started with oopsies. I started with a better sketch for the wheel, to kind of make sure that, everything, and I used the ellipse tool for this, just to make sure, like, I get the perspective right. And then from there, I was able to get the cage put in here, as well as, like, the actual hamster wheel. And then I have, like, the paper here kind of, like, on its own layer. And it was supposed to be, paper with text on it and stuff, so, I was able to, like, get, screenshots of, like, in book interiors and just, like, fit them in. And then for these top two panels, it was basically the same thing. Like, you know, basic idea of what they want for the background. And then, like, the characters are already drawn. And then, I went in and put in the backgrounds here. They're actually on the same layer because you can see from the mask here, it's technically all, like, one panel just split into two. And that's the cool thing about Clip Studio is, when you're doing your panels, you can decide if you're going to make two completely separate folders for each panel, or if you're going to have, like, one folder, but just have the mask be split, which is basically what's happening here. And then I just put in the background. So there's the two-part background. I've got this part up here, which is sort of like the initial, and then the rest of the cage and the paper here, so. And I can turn the sketches off. And from here, so when I work with the mangaka and the writer, basically what I'll do is I'll put in the line art first. Oopsies. Sorry, I've got a really loud keyboard. Sorry. So basically I'll put in the line art for that, let me turn that other sketch layer off. Got an extra sketch layer here. One second. Got a text message from my boss. But anyway, so I'll put in everything that I need, and then what I'll do is I'll send this to them, but then I'll also put in what I'm thinking about, what I'm thinking about for the tones in here as well. That way they can get, like, a rough idea of, like, hey, this is where I'm thinking of placing the screen tones and stuff. Oh yeah, you like the clicky clicky? Yeah, I also like the clicky clicky. It's really fun, I really like it. I mean, it doesn't help that it's, like, directly under my mic, and so, you know, it's between me and the mic, and so it's kind of loud. But yeah, I'll kind of, like, send over what I'm thinking about for the screen tones, just to make sure, like, the placement looks good, and the contrast looks good, and all the other stuff. And so that's kind of where I am now with this particular page, is they approved, like, both of them, like, the writer approved it, and then the mangaka approved it. It gave me some suggestions and some feedback. And now I have to actually do the thing. And then there's a second page I have to do that with as well. Basically the same process. Same stuff. Let me hide the... Oh, I didn't finish putting all of this on the... Hang on one sec. Where is the... This is the hamster. I forgot where the hamster line art is. Give me one second. Oh, I think they put it all up here. Okay, yeah, so they did all of their stuff on one layer. And then this upper panel didn't really have much to say for background. Because it's just kind of there's no like panel border, the wakusen, which is what they call the line of the panel. There's no wakusen or anything. And so I suggested putting in like just something to sort of help shape the 3D aspects. Is it Holkion? Holkion? Is that how I pronounce your name? I'm so sorry. I try to pronounce everyone's names correctly, so. But yeah, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I kind of, suggested maybe this sort of, like, cool, like, rim lighting look for the tones. And then the hamster has this cute little, like, floral shirt on. And so I just kind of roughly placed that in. But yeah, like, all of it's approved. Line art's already been approved, and so now I just have to edit in all the tones. And that's kind of my goal for today, is to keep it light. I mean, it's already kind of late for me. I'm in Tennessee, so it's almost 10 p.m. here. So, yeah. Alrighty, so yeah, that's what I'm gonna do today, basically, is clean up the files a little bit, just make sure it's all neat and easy for, like, all of my fellow teammates to navigate. And then once all that's good, set this through. Once all of that's good to go, then I'll send it over to them for like the final approval, and then I get paid, and then I do the next page. I usually do like 2 pages at a time, just because I want to be able to bounce between stuff, because I kind of get bored sometimes. Are all of you mangaka? And for anyone wondering, like, I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, and so if you see me replying to someone that you can't see, it might be me replying to someone on Twitch, because I tried to get both of the chats put into my put into one chat, and I didn't do it right, so I need to figure out how to fix that. So anyway, we're gonna start with this one. So. And then, let me get the, oh, where's my paper tone here? There it is. Totally forgot to put that in there. My bad. Let's see. Yeah, well, Starry, I know you are. You're from the KMA server, so I figured it'd be kind of fun just to sit here, chill, and get some work done. So, what I'll do when I'm doing tones are interesting. Just because when you're doing tones, you have to think about the overall contrast of something. And you can use tones in 2 ways. Hey, Comic Man! Wow, it's late and you showed up! Monitor! Hey, Monitor, what's up? Hey, Monitor, look at me! I'm actually streaming! I was supposed to be live a couple hours ago, at like 2 p.m. So, like, oh god, how long ago was that for me? I was supposed to be live, like, almost 7 hours ago. 7 or 8 hours ago. And then I was like, it took me forever to get my simul stream set up. I used the AITUM, like, it's spelled AITUM multi-stream. I guess it's a OBS plugin. I tried getting that set up, and it took me like 3 hours, because I'm an idiot. It took me 3 hours to get that set up, because I kept doing it wrong. And then I was like, oh, well, I want to take a quick break, and, like, take, like, a 30-minute nap. And I ended up with, like, an 8-hour nap. And I could see that people were like commenting in my YouTube stream here, and I felt really bad. I was like, I promise. Ow, Miso, Jesus. Sorry, Miso just tried to jump onto my lap, and she missed, and she just clawed the frick out of my foot. Ooh. Ouch. Sorry. I love you, Miso, but gosh. Oh man, you just tore up my foot. Cats will be cat, I guess. Cats are gonna cat. That's okay. Miso, the audacity of you. I'm trying to work so I can feed you. I don't have time to pet you right now. The audacity. Oh, do you guys know Miso? Do I have a Miso scene still? Let me see. I don't! Oh, I forgot when I got my new OBS, I had to redo it. I'll show you guys my cat Miso. I'll show you Miso. I usually have a scene set up where, like I show Miso. And apparently I didn't set that up this time. It's okay, I have plenty of pictures. I've got plenty of pictures of my adorable cat. Let's see, pets. Miso. Oh, I only have one on this computer, apparently. What? How do I not have any of Miso on this computer? Oh, is it in my reference library? It might be. Photo library. Animals. Cats. There we go. So let me find Miso. Here she is. Oh, of course it opens on my other screen. This is my cat, Miso. She's a ham. This was her, like, her feet were on the door. And she was, like, laying on the ground and, like, putting her feet, like, up against the door for some reason. It was really cute, actually. And so I, like, leaned over her from, like, I'm standing over here. And I, like, leaned over her and took a photo. And it's one of my favorite photos of her. It looks like she's walking on a door or something, because she is. It's really cute. She's such a ham. And she's very, like, attention, like, look at her. Like, this is how she is. She always wants to be sitting on my arm or my lap or something. She's a goober. Let's see. She's really pretty, though. Like, look at this. She's so pretty. She's very floofy. Much fluff. And then, this was her with Salem, when, my other cat. This is when I was in art school. I had a desk like this, and her and Salem like to lay on my desk together. Salem has since passed away, but, he was my orange boy. Typical ginger, one brain cell. Maybe half a brain cell. Shared custody of the brain cell. So, yeah, she's cute. Anyway. So yeah, that's the cat that just, like, tore up my foot. Trying to get into my lap. I try not to be too hard on her. She's a senior by now. It was her birthday yesterday! I completely forgot. My days are blurring together. It was her birthday yesterday. She is now 12 years old. So, isn't that right, Miso? Isn't that right, Miso? See, I'm 12 years old now. I'm officially a senior. And I'm acting like it. Hi, Von Hexa. Hello, welcome. How's everyone doing today? I know it's a little late, but, so apologies on that. I think I kind of know what I want now, so I can turn this off. I'm just gonna use my lasso fill. It's easier. I had an orange baby named Squishy. He crawled out of a ditch with a sibling. Oh my god! That's so cute and really sad. Drawing comics too? Nice! Just have this be like a big old, like, body double working session. So, I don't really need a lot of tone on this one because most of the tone work that I did is, like in my lines here. So I don't really need a lot of tone work. And then we'll do some simple, like a simple straight line or something. Ooh, pen's way too big. So I'll zoom in just so I can show you guys what I'm doing, I guess. So basically, I've already established that there's a light going here, and it kind of comes in a little bit. That's why we have hamster booty. Looks like and the reason why I added this is it will help us look like, it'll help establish the idea that he's jumping into something that's like an enclosed space. Even though technically it's probably like a clear plastic or something. I want to be able to just help make it look like, hey, he's jumping into something. So what I'm doing now is I'm erasing just a tiny bit of the tone here to make these steps, and these are meant to be like the steps to like help the hamster grip the wheel as he's running on it. And so I'm adding just like the tiniest line here to sort of make it look like it's raised a little bit because it would catch the light. Even though it's technically not realistic, it does create that illusion. It's one of those things where you could technically break the rules a little bit to create a really cool effect, so. But yeah, the big thing is just making sure everything looks clean, it's easy to understand, there's no risk of like more, which there is down here. If I had left those in, there's a possibility it could have marred, so I'm gonna zoom out a little and see if that ends up happening. Yeah, it might, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. We have a little bit of shade here, which I'm gonna move so that it actually helps shape his face. That's the point of the tone here, is I'm not adding it because it's cute. You know, technically I don't really need it, but it just helps add to the character a little bit, because now we can kind of see like the shape of his face. So for example, like let me get a line in here and draw it just to kind of make my point. Like here's his cheek. And that helps me know where I want to put that. That way I'm kind of like accentuating the shape of his face a little. So that's why I put it there. Because remember, he's turning his head. And so technically his neck is right here. So that's how I decided where to put it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of showing dimension. You know, that kind of stuff. So it's really kind of creating the illusion of life, as they say. I've heard that phrase somewhere. It's really all it is. And then what did I say I was going to do for this one? Oh yeah, she has a dress with like a super specific pattern, I think. Let me open her reference file. She's got a reference here somewhere. Let me bring this onto another page while I look for it. References, references, references. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting it's pinned right here. BGS number 2. Oh, wait, no, it'll be in the character. Hang on, I'll find it. Character designs. Miss Williams. I think it's, is it this one? Let's find out! I need to open it and find out. Yes. So this is the character. Oh, I opened up the PNG. Crap. That's what I get for opening the wrong file. That way I can just copy over the tones. Give me one sec. Give me 1 second. Nope, not that one. Did I? Oh. File open. There we go. So basically what I'm gonna do for her is I'll just copy this, like just copy the whole layer. I'll go over here. Oh, let me do new folder. Tones. That's one of the things that I'm definitely getting better at is actually being smart about my layers, because I am that person. See, look, I just have all these layers that have nothing on them. I'm so bad about my layers. If anyone ever has any questions are cool, questions are chill. Otherwise, as you were, at ease. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, we're gonna set to, oh, that's because this is on normal. I'm gonna set this over here really quick. And then I'm gonna, I meant to drag this into the BGS tones fill folder. There. Now I'll have it whenever I need it. But it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 across. Can't really resize that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna turn this off. I'm gonna resize it. Is this a standard? It should be a smart object. Ah. Come on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go crazy. Trying to grab this. We just make it bigger. Move the square over. Oh, Club Studio, I love you, but oh my god. Okay, so we have about 4 across, so let's size it down so we got roughly the same size. Meh. Close enough. I think that's close enough. Look at that. It's just a Dasher 10 YouTube. Hello, welcome. Oh, just Dash? Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I'm working on a manga. I'm a manga assistant, so I'm working on some backgrounds for another creator that I work for. Set of creators. The manga that I'm working on specifically is a writer-artist combo. And so I do like backgrounds and stuff like that. I'm gonna assume that there's no tone here. Okay, and then her hair can be the same as this. And then we should be golden. Okay, it's just, yeah, it's just black and fill. Okay, that's easy peasy. So before this one, for her hair, oh, let me see what it was set to. 40%. So it's a 40% tone. So basically, so when I'm looking at this, what I'm looking for is on this image here. I can see that it was originally just filled in as black. It's set to a 60 LPI, which is basically like what are the settings used for the tone. And then I saw that here it's set to 40 opacity, so I'm basically just going to do the exact same thing over here. When you work as an assistant, of course you can always be like, hey, I can do it this way, but it's always best to try to match whatever the mangaka wants. you know, try to, you know, because basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to mirror them. Like, you need to make it look like it was done, like, consistently, right? So all I do is set the tone, and then set this to 40, and done. Super easy. I don't think I had any other tones I wanted to put in, because the background kind of just does its own thing. But I might put in just a little bit. So let me grab... That makes sense. What manga is this one? So this is the Bubble Gumshoes. This is volume 2 that I'm working on. I don't think there's links to it here on my Twitch, because I'm still getting my Twitch finished setting up, but I'll grab you my link tree. Or let me just grab you the link to it on Rapture Productions. Which is the, I'll be working on both of the manga for Rapture on Rapture Productions. Both Rapture Burgers and the Bubble Gumshoes. So here's a link if you want to check out the books, because both of them already have the first volume out. And I'll put this link on YouTube as well. There we go. So, I'm working on the one that's on the far right of my overlay, which is the Bubble Gumshoes. I love seeing just like random emotes. That's so funny. Yeah, and you said you make comics as well? Oh wow, you've been following me for 6 years? Wow. My goodness. Yeah, I'm on Twitch as well. For anyone on my YouTube channel, my Twitch link should be in my description if you want to check me out on Twitch. So, some people don't know this, but I've been on Twitch since like 2020-ish, 2020, 2021 era. I was originally going to be streaming on Twitch and then just posting on YouTube. But I've decided to just simulcast because now that Twitch allows affiliates to simulcast, I'm just gonna do that. So, and then oh yeah, what I was gonna do. So let me get this selected just to give it a little more dimension. I can hide this because I don't need it now. I do random illustrations from time to time. I'm more into writing, which I don't post either. I mean, that's fair. If you really like doing, you know, keeping stuff to yourself, that's perfectly fine. Art doesn't have to be shared for it to be valuable. If that's what makes you happiest, then do that. There's a lot of artwork that I do that I never share with anyone. So, perfectly fine, acceptable. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's perfectly fine. If you'd rather just keep your stuff to yourself. So all I'm doing is I'm just adding like little extra touches. Shame I'm not on my computer. I'd set up a multi-stream so I could be in both chats. So all you really have to do is, yeah, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, just have like 2 different tabs up. Hi, Von Hexa, on Twitch. Hello. Let's see. I'm too strict to post more because it feels like it's never up to my own standard. I see. Yeah, my contradiction is I seek outside validation while not posting anything. It's definitely an interesting predicament to be in. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting predicament to be in. I feel like the best way, and I'm just kind of talking, like thinking out loud here. I would feel like the best way to get around that or to work on moving past that is to just start posting things. And like be okay with just having it up. And then you don't even have to leave it up. What's really great about something like Instagram, for example, just like picking a random platform in my brain, is you can archive stuff. So if you post it, leave it up for 24 hours and then archive it. Don't delete it, archive it. That way, if you feel better later, or maybe you feel more confident later, you can always add it back in. I do that all the time. I archive stuff on my YouTube, on my Instagram, and then I add it back later. I do that all the time. Just because sometimes my confidence in certain things changes. And so yeah, I wouldn't, like, get too worried about that. So all I'm doing is I'm just adding some, tone here to some of the books. Just to, like, make it look like it's, like, an actual classroom, and there's, like, a variety of different books. Like, make it really feel alive, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, it's basically, like, the way I'm thinking about it is it's a form of exposure therapy, right? Because I mean, like, what's the fear? Is the fear that people are not gonna like your work, or if you're not gonna like your work? Like I feel like the first step there, if it's something you want to get over, that's a rude way to say it. I'm sorry. If it's something that you're wanting to get better at or to feel more confident in, you have to do the thing in order to feel more confident about it, or to what's the word I'm looking for? Not like expose yourself to what happens if you do the thing, but that's kind of the best way I can think to describe it. If the fear is people will react to it, or you'll be embarrassed about sharing your work or whatever, you have to expose yourself to that situation. You have to be in that situation for your brain to go, oh, it's not as bad as I thought it was. Kind of like the water is going to be cold when you jump in. Like, you know it's going to be that way, but you're not going to be able to swim if you don't get in the water. Oh, perfectionism. Got it. Okay. Monitor Comics from YouTube said, I wish Twitter had archives. I've definitely deleted art I didn't like before and regretted it later. Yeah, same. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, no, perfectionism is horrible. It's something that will eat you alive. But the only way to get over perfectionism, I think, really is just letting yourself be imperfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. All that matter, like, because honestly, most people don't even draw at all. They don't even draw at all. And if you can at least convince yourself to draw something, you're doing way more than most people ever will. Right? Like, most people don't even get that far. And if you can get that far, you're doing freaking amazing. Just getting to that part. Just getting to that point. You should be proud of that fact, if you can get that far. Yeah, like for example, I'll give you guys a story where I had to do that exact situation. Some of you already know the story. Don't spoil it. So when I went, so I'm part of the Viz Media one shot program, right? And oh, I'm also terrified to share my writing. My actually the writer for the manga that I'm working on, he's offered to like look at my script to give me feedback. And my first thought was, not on your life. I will never share this with you. um because Godsbane is such like a personal story to me, and I've been writing Godsbane for 17 years now. I was like, no. No, it's my baby. You can't have it. Don't look at it. but, and big but, if I don't share it, one, I'm not gonna get the feedback that I desperately need, that I know that I need, and that I do want it. I want the feedback. And so I'm finally going through the script. I'm putting in a couple last minute edits because I did get some feedback from some other friends of mine that are beta readers that I trust more. And so it's like, I know he can write well. I know he can do this well. So I need to trust him. But I'm like, okay, let me edit it first. Just like, you know, some it was mostly because I changed the beginning, and so I have to fix that. And then of course I caused a butterfly effect through the rest of the chapters. And Godsbane's only like 42 chapters long or something. So it's not like there's a lot to edit, but anyway, my point is Viz Media. So some of you already know the story. So I'm in the Viz Media one-shot program, and my editor in the Viz Media program is Hisashi Sasaki. And if you don't know who that is, that's okay. He is He's a former Weekly Shonen Jump editor-in-chief. And so, when I was at but I didn't know he was going to be at the portfolio review, right? So 2023. I'm at San Diego Comic-Con. And I'm preparing to, I'm waiting, at my spot. Viz Media was doing a portfolio review session. And I was like, oh, this sounds really cool. This would be really great to get some feedback. But it would also be really cool to be able to write about this. Because at the time, I was working for a company called Global Comics. And I had some time off on Friday. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'd really love to be able to go get a portfolio review from Viz Media. And then write about it in the blog. And that'd be, just like a really cool thing to write about. And so, like, y'all the diehards know the story, yeah. And so I'm sitting there. I have my Samsung Galaxy tablet. I thought I had my file on my Samsung Galaxy, which foreshadowing. And so me and the other folks, we start talking and we start showing each portfolios and stuff. And I pulled mine out, and that was when I realized I had the wrong portfolio. At a Viz Media portfolio review. My first impression to Viz in like 5 years, because I'd met them 5 years ago. And I was like, oh my god, I broke the one rule of portfolio reviews. The one rule. Bring the right thing. And of course, I couldn't leave to go get it. It was on my laptop in my hotel room, which was like a mile away. And so I'm like, oh my god, it's over for me. I literally wanted to get up and walk away. I was like, nope, my life's over. I'm done. I'm not making this first impression to Viz. Nope. And you have to remember, at the time, we didn't know, nobody knew that the one-shot program existed yet. We knew the originals existed, but we didn't know that the one-shot program was about to launch in a couple months. Nobody knew this yet. And so, you have to keep in mind that I only went there to be able to write about it in the blog. Plus, I mean, feedback is great. Feedback sounds awesome. And so, the other folks there, mostly Comic Kodio, they encouraged me to stay and be like, look, just go up to them and tell them what you have. And if they want to see it, they'll let you know. And if they don't want to see it, they'll let you know. Don't worry about it. Just ask. I'm like, okay, you know what? You're right. And so I said, sorry, I'm busy talking now, so I'm not drawing as much. I'm terrible at talking and drawing at the same time. I am a terrible streamer. But anyway, and so I'm watching people go through their turn and, go, get up and go talk. And the way it was set up here, let me draw it. File, new. And so the way San Diego is set up, for maybe anyone who doesn't know, is you have these sort of like, oopsies, wow, great job on perspective, bro. You have these sort of like partitions. You have like this big table, right? And then you have like 3 chairs. And then over here, you have like, all of these chairs set up here for people to sit in. And then they have this like sign here of like, the name, the list and stuff. And so all of us, we're watching this. There's no screen, there's nothing hiding anything. And this is important because I can sit here, like I'm sitting right here, or no, I'm sitting right here and then the other person's sitting right here. And so we're both watching, right? And so there's this guy sitting in the middle. And then there's a lady sitting here. She was a Viz Originals editor. And then there was, like, some guy here. And then this guy in the middle. So, I look over to my new friend, Kamakodio, and I was like, who is the guy in the middle? Like, who's the guy sitting in the middle? I feel like I should know who that is. Like, he looks really familiar. And she's like, oh, that's Hisashi Sasaki. And I went, what? Like, do you mean the Short and Jump guy? The Bakuman guy? She's like, yeah. And I was like, stop. You know how, like when your stomach drops, or like when you're getting ready to fall asleep, you feel like you're actually falling? That's what it felt like when I realized that not only did I have the wrong portfolio at a Viz portfolio review at San Diego Comic-Con, which I only went to, by the way, because I was invited to speak on a panel at San Diego. I'm going to make this as my first impression to Hisashi Sasaki, a former Weekly Shonen Jump editor-in-chief, who I have been dying to meet and get a chance to. So, my first impression, and I was like, no, I'm done. No, I can't do this. I can't do this. And over here, there was like this, there was like a set of stands, and then there was like a bathroom. Like, literally, I was like, F this, I'm just gonna leave. So I was like, I'm gonna go throw up now. I'll be right back. Or maybe I won't be back at all. I didn't leave though. She's like, no. Remember, you said you were gonna ask. No, you said you were gonna ask. Just ask. And I was like, okay, I will. And so I waited my turn, and they call my name. And dude, I wanted to so bad. I was like, no. Like, you know, the cat that's like, no. Like, that was me. That was like me screaming internally inside as the no cat. And so I'm like screaming internally, like the dog meme, where his room is on fire, and he's like, this is fine. Except I'm like, this is not fine. I'm not fine, actually. Anyway, so I get up, and I have my Samsung Galaxy tablet, and I go talk to the woman over here. Her name's Julia. And I was like, hey, so I don't have my actual portfolio with me. I've been working at the convention. I literally had my panel on on how to make manga earlier today. I haven't had the chance to go back home, and I've realized to my hotel, and I've realized that I have the wrong document with me. Would you be willing to look at what I do have so that I can still like take advantage of the opportunity? And she's like, well, you know, what's in the document that you have? I was like, well, there's some sequential pages, and there's some character artwork, you know, and some backgrounds. It's all manga stuff, but I was originally making it as like a pitch deck for the Visit Originals. So it has all of the stuff that maybe a portfolio would normally have, but it's not set up like a portfolio. And she's like, oh, that's fine, no worries. Like, as long as it has all that we need, it's perfectly fine. And I can't tell you, my soul left my body at that moment, because on one hand, I was completely relieved. On the other hand, I was now terrified, because the project that I had with me was the half-finished, so it wasn't even a finished project. It was like a work-in-progress file. So it wasn't even finished. But it was also Godsbane, which is my baby project. Like, if you have known me for a while, Godsbane is my baby. That is my project, right? And so I sat down and we went over everything. And here, actually, I might have it on my computer. Let me see if I can open it. I might have it. Let me see if I can open it. I got distracted. Chris, my writer, if you're watching, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm not getting my work done. Hi, Nico! Hey, what's up? Let me see if I can... Let me see. I should have it on here. Manga is... Yes! Oh my god, I have it! Is it this one? Dude, I don't know. Okay, no. It's this one. This one. Oh, you guys are in luck. I happen to have the original file. You guys are in luck. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I'm really glad. So, but yeah, so you can see how unfinished it is. It was basically like, you know, I had this, like the cover. Anyways, what's important is this image here. When I showed this to the team, Hisashi-san, I call him Hisashi-san now because he's my editor. He called me San first. He called me first name San first. So I now return that with first name San. And so he's like, oh, he's like, I've seen this before. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? How have you seen this before? What? And this was like the cover of Godsbane at the time, and I was like, what are you talking about? Don't tell me that. And he's like, he's like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. And I was like, well, I've never submitted it, so I don't know how you've seen it. And then I thought about it, and I was like, well, I did put it on Manga Plus. Like, this was July of 2023 when I was doing the review. And then in May of 2023, I had gotten 7th place on Manga Plus Creators for that particular month. And so I was like, well, I did get 7th place on Manga Plus Creators. And he's like, oh, yeah. He's like, I think that's where I saw it. And I was like, he looks at those? So I was like, oh, that's really terrifying. You've already seen my terrible artwork. Like, that's what my brain said. I'm like, you've already seen my terrible artwork. So that was really scary. Yeah, that was great. That didn't help my confidence at all. And so, we basically kind of go over, like, the character designs were different than they are in here. They were a little bit different. But the core idea was I still had the same, sample pages here that are here. Well, see, I wasn't that confident in but that's my point, Dasher, is I'm not confident in my artwork either. That sort of, confidence or lack of confidence in your work never really goes away. Yeah, that sort of confidence never really goes away. It'll always be there in the back of your mind. And I feel like, to be able to, like, post your artwork on the internet or to be able to share it with others, you just have to accept the fact that, hey, like, I may feel like my art is not the greatest, but I still want to share it with people, and other people deserve to see it. Like, because here's the thing, as you, like, grow and improve and get better at artwork, like, your brain will not, like, your definition of what is good and bad is always relative to where you are, right? So, like, for me, this artwork is now bad to me. Not necessarily that it's, like bad overall, but compared to what I can do now, it's not good compared to what I can do now, right? This artwork is like 4 years old, so it's definitely not what I can do now. And so, but for other people, this may be really, really good artwork to them. Yeah, exactly. And so, and that's the thing is, as you get better, your definition of bad also changes. And so that's why I feel like for most artists, we always will feel critical of our work. We'll never be satisfied with it. And so, you know what? Leroy Jenkins that shit. You might as well just share it anyway. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. Share your work. Who cares? And it doesn't matter how good you are. You're always gonna have haters. I have haters. I have a couple haters. I don't care. They can say that my artwork looks like dog poop, but I don't care. Their opinion is not the one that matters. It's mine and my editors and the mangaka and the writer that I work for. Like, those are the people that matter. And if they're not those people, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, post your artwork because you want to share it, and, you know, talk about art with other people, and, you know, like have fun conversations like this. Like, if I was too scared to stream and embarrass myself in front of everyone, I wouldn't have gotten to have this fun conversation with y'all today. So, just Leroy Jenkins that shit. I'm sorry. I probably should be cussing on Twitch, but Leroy Jenkins. Just be Leroy Jenkins and you'll be fine. Yeah. Moral of the story, just do the thing. And if it doesn't work, meh. It's fine. Just do the thing. Anyway. Tangent. What was the joke we talked about yesterday with me going on tangents all the time? So, today's tangent has been completed. Oh, and Dasher, for the record, I now have a published one-shot with Viz Media. And I'm working on my second one. Hopefully I can leave revision purgatory soon. That would be nice. Maybe someday I'll share some of my past one-shots. Or past versions of that one-shot, so. Ah! I scared myself. Soften it a little. Absolutely. I love talking, as y'all have hopefully noticed. I like talking. A late night stream? Yes. I was supposed to stream at like 2 p.m. As I don't know if you guys saw my original like broadcast thing. Oh, Dasher, anyway, thanks for the chat. I'll share my Instagram one day. Maybe you can give me your thoughts on it. Absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't mind giving feedback someday. Just send me a DM on Instagram, and I can look at your work and we can chat there. So, yeah, just send me a DM on Instagram. My DMs are always open. So, take it easy. Bye, Dasher. Thank you for coming. It's been a while since I've gotten to talk with you. So, hopefully, you have a good night. Oh, hi, Steven. Oh, yeah, of course, late night stream. But anyway, I was supposed to stream at like 2 p.m. I had a whole bunch of errands to run, and today and tomorrow in Tennessee is the tax-free weekend, because school starts on like next week for I think all the schools in the area, and so it's tax-free weekend. And I made the mistake of deciding to use today to run all of my errands. It took me like 5 hours to do all of my errands. And so after I got home, which was like 12-ish? No, it wasn't 12-ish. No, I was done with my errands by I'd say I'd say about 12-ish, because I had spent the morning trying to get my like simul-stream stuff set up. Took me a couple hours to do that, and then took me a couple hours to get all my errands done. And by the time I was ready to stream, it was almost 2 o'clock. I think it was like 1:45 or something. And so then I set up the broadcast, and I was like, you know what? Wait, let me take a 30-minute nap, just like a caffeine nap is what I like to call it. Like I take a caffeine pill, and then I go lay down for just like a quick 30-minute nap, and then I feel a lot better afterwards. Well, when I woke up, it was like almost 7 o'clock. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, you know the meme of the guy who like he's like squinting, and he's kind of looking around, and he's like, what the like, he's like, but it's like it's dark. That was me. What the fuck? Why is it dark outside? Apparently I was really tired, but today's my first day off since last Tuesday. So I've worked 3 to 10 basically every single day since last Tuesday. So I worked how many days in a row? I worked like 10 days in a row, basically. I was tired. And I mean, I've also had some life stuff happening too, so life be lifing. Stuff I'm not quite ready to talk about yet. I'll talk about at a later date, probably. Yeah, you wake up and you're like, what year is it? What time zone am I in? What country is it? Yeah, like that kind of nap. Apparently, I was really tired. You actually live in Tennessee? Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I'm about an hour out of Nashville. So, Nashville-ish area is roughly where I am. I don't want to say I don't like the area, but I'm not a fan. I'd rather be in Colorado, if I'm being honest. You know, I think I can erase this a bit more, honestly, if I'm looking at this again. I'm like literally the artist meme of like erase, undo, erase, undo, draw, undo, draw, undo. Helps. Oh my god, imagine that! I zoom in and I can get it right on the first try. Wow. Imagine that. Boop. His little tail. Have you gotten to be a guest at any of the cons or events in the area? Not in Tennessee, no. No, not in Tennessee. I've not applied, though, either. I don't have anything to sell. I literally have nothing to sell. Because I'm trying to get my first Onami, like, when I get that book printed, that'll be my very first book. Well, that's not true. That'll be the first book that I have printed. I technically already have another book that I have a credit in, and it's, it's called Amputation Capital. I did the littering and book design in that one. Oh, I meant to get the, oh gosh. Let me find it. And here it is. If you guys want a book that I've also worked on, let me post the links for y'all. So the link that I'm posting is a book that I did lettering and book design for. It was the very first book that I technically had any credits in. So yeah, technically that's the first book I ever contributed to, but Onami will be the first one that I'm getting printed kind of, for lack of a better phrase, under my own power. And then of course, the Bubble Gumshoes Volume 2 and Rapture Burgers Volume 2 I will also have credit in as well. So yeah, slowly building up the credentials and stuff. Oh, is it? Oh, really? Aww. Dang it, Neil. Dang it, Neil. Hang on. I have to get a new link, probably. Sorry, guys. Bad link. Neil. Making a fool of me. Comics. Oh, is he not selling it anymore? It's not on his list. Oh. Neil! Where is it? Is it under Thriller, maybe? Was he not? Huh. That's weird. Well, that's embarrassing. Wonder if he's just out of them, maybe. I thought I saw it on Amazon anyway. Let me take a look. Here we go. I'll just give you all the Amazon link. I'm not affiliated, I'm not affiliated or anything, so I don't get anything if you click the link. Oh, bye, Starry! Thank you for coming, I appreciate it! I like how I'm not listed on the official, Amputation Capital, Amazon page. Damn it, Bobby! But I did contribute to it. You can see my name on the cover. Actually, here, I'll show you. You can see my name on the cover. Here. Jackson! You can see me. I promise I contributed to it! I feel like the description that he has there, Amputation Capital is Saw meets Death of a Salesman. Yeah, that's very accurate. It's very accurate. And the twist is super fun. It's super fun. Like the twist is basically right at the very end. It's literally like the last 2 or 3 pages of the whole series. It is great. It might be on Global Comics still if you want a digital version. Yeah, it looks like it's still on Global Comics. So if you want if you happen to have a Global Comics account, you can read it on Global Comics as well. Yeah, it looks like the first 3 issues are free to read on Global Comics. And if you happen to have a Global Comics membership, you can read the last 2 issues. I think the whole story is about 156 pages. And so you can read like the first 70, 80 pages for free on Global Comics. So you didn't see anything! You saw nothing! Don't judge me. You saw nothing? Aw, thank you, Comic Man. I appreciate it. Okay, sorry. Back to work. Look at me. I'm a goldfish. I've been streaming for an hour, and I've barely got anything. I've got 2 panels done. I'm goldfish brain. Gosh. Gosh, Tina. Gosh, Art Chromes, get your done. Oh my gosh, Vaughn. I completely forgot that I had those emojis on my Twitch. I completely forgot that they were there. I was like, what is that? I'm like, oh yeah, that's mine. That's hilarious. Again, I never said that I was smart. Alright, so her hair is 40%. Ah! What is this? Nah. There, fixed it. I had a layer that I apparently deleted that I forgot that I deleted. Right? Isn't it cute? Let's see. Eventually though, I have a backlog. Do you get any residual payments if we buy on Amazon? No, I don't believe I get anything. I don't think I do. I've never actually asked Neil that question. I should ask him. I'm pretty sure it was work for hire. However, that said, I'm still proud if I can say I know people who bought my book. It does help Neil wants to hire me again, so. Not that Neil doesn't want to hire me again, he does. He keeps asking me to work on stuff for him. I actually had the chance to work on a manga, that he, had me, like, make some, like an art pitch for. I didn't end up getting picked, which is really sad. I really wanted to work on that project, but the main person behind the team ended up picking someone else for the project, which is fine. You know, and he's like, I'll let you know if there's anything else I think I have for you to work on. And I'm like, okay, cool. So, especially now that I'm generally available for things. Do do do, ba-dum, boom boom. Do you guys like my Weather Channel music? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's a really cute story. And honestly, it's so awesome. It's adorbs. Ah. Miso, what is it, madam? My cat is begging me for attention. She's like, Mama. Where's it, Babs? Let's do maybe like a 30 maybe. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, that's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. Okay, so let's do... Oh. Alright, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm telling Clip Studio to not shade a specific area. His little booty. Look at his little paw pads! Oh my gosh! Look at his little paw pads! That's so cute. How many comics am I assisting? 2. I'm working on 2 of them. They're on my overlay, Rapture Burgers and Bubble Gumshoes. Let me open one of the Rapture Burger pages I worked on. Oh, I don't know if I have Rapture Burgers on here. No, I don't. What if it's in here? Okay, cool. Cool, yeah. Oh, what page was it? I don't remember what page it was. What page was it? Oh, cool. I got it right here. Okay, we're good. Okay, here's the OG one. Okay. So I'll show you one of the other ones that I've done. I missed the beginning of the stream. Can you give me details about the current project? Yeah. So the current project is the Bubble Gumshoes. Not that one. This one. So this one is part of a manga called The Bubble Gumshoes, which is sort of like... I wish Chris was here so he could talk about it. The Bubble Gumshoes is sort of like comedy detective with like, you know, like they're in school and like the long and short of this particular volume is hamster goes missing. Now you know the ending. Hamster is found. But yeah, it's a really cute story. Where basically like this hamster goes missing and you get to see this whole story of like, you know, someone gets accused and oh, you know, what'd you do with the hamster? And then eventually we get to hear the hamster side of the story, which is hilarious. Oh my gosh, like, so it's comedy, detective, not super serious mystery stuff, but it's it's really fun. It's really quirky. It's really out there. Like, there's literally a frog that smokes bubbles. Like, you know how like you would see smoke coming out of a pipe. Instead of smoke, it's bubbles. And she's like, she's called. And then an angel appeared, and then you see this like big frog with like this like a onesie swimsuit looking thing on, and then like a little cape that has like some fur on it, and then an angel appeared. It's my favorite panel. It's my favorite panel of the whole manga. It's so funny. That's this one. So it's generally not very serious in the sense of like it's not like Mushishi or Inuyasha where like it's very very serious. It's just comedy for the most part the whole time. There's a trial in this one, so there's a little bit of almost like a Phoenix Wright court situation type deal, which is really fun to go over. That's gonna be some fun backgrounds to do. And then the other series, which is Rapture Burgers, is like sci-fi comedy with a little fantasy. More sci-fi than anything, but basically this Camille, he's trying to take over the world and he fails every single time. So imagine if there was a manga about Team Rocket. Like Team Rocket was like the main character and you just get to see them and their crazy antics and they fail over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, that's Rapture Burgers. And so I'm helping on both, but the main focus right now is the Bubble Gumshoes, so we can get that done and get the Kickstarter up. Yeah. And then the other one so this page is from Rapture Burgers. This is what I started with. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Let me show you the final. I think this is the final. Let me double check. This was my test, basically, to see if the mangaka was satisfied with... Oh, that's not the final. Get the final open. This is the final, so I'll put them side by side in just a minute. So you can see what I started with versus what I ended up finishing with. All of those changes are my changes. So, yeah. That's kind of basically what I do. She has a mechanical... this is Alex, and she has a mechanical arm. And so, I had to put in all that stuff, and... You know, basically, sort of like... for anyone who missed it, basically what I'll do is I'll clean up the line... Like, I'll do all the, like, background liner and any changes I need to make. So, like, in this case, it's not just the background. It's, like, the character's, arm. And so I'll do the line art first, and then I'll send it to the writer and the mangaka, the artist, and be like, hey, does this look good? Do you have any suggestions? Any changes you want? Like that sort of thing. And then if that's approved, then I'll do like a suggested tones. What I'll usually do is I'll fill them in with red. And be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking of for the tones. You know, give me any feedback. It's kind of I do know some Japanese. The writer is way better at Japanese than I am. But for the most part, we also kind of use like translation services as well to kind of help be able to talk to each other. Generally, the mangaka will type in Japanese, and if it's simple enough, I can get the basic idea of it, or I can run it through a translator. Usually, I'll use like DeepL because it's better than like Google Translate. But I'm trying to translate it by myself, so it's really great practice. Getting to work with like a mangaka and be able to understand like how the workflow is, how file management works, and now that I'm done with the contest stuff, this will be like my main focus is just getting this stuff done. So, but also like, you know, working with the writer who's a friend of mine, so you know, it's really good practice for making sure I get better, because I've studied Japanese for 2 years. But I'm like maybe like a weak N4. I'm at least an N5. But that's not saying much. So, but yeah, that's kind of basically more or less what I'm doing. So, And of course I have my own stuff as well. Thank you. Yeah, I love drawing rocks. I want to look at that again. I love drawing rocks. You have no idea how much I love drawing rocks. This panel was really fun, honestly, not gonna lie. I had so much fun with this panel, y'all. I had so much fun with this panel. I really love drawing rocks. Basically, like, I remember I told the writer, the writer told me, he's like, well, you get to draw rocks. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. So, yeah, I was really excited to get to draw rocks. I'm sure I've got some other artwork around here somewhere that can show my love of backgrounds. My one-shot Godsbane would probably really show my love of backgrounds. Or Onami, I guess. I guess either one would. I really, really, really love drawing backgrounds. And honestly, I remember, for anyone who's, who did the KMA contest, the editors were putting out videos, sort of like towards the end of the submission period. And one of the things that I really appreciated, I forget which video it was, there was one of the videos that they put out. The editors actually said that it's really hard, like, not a lot of mangaka are really good at world building in the sense of, like, drawing backgrounds and making the world that these characters feel like live in feel really real and engaging. Like, make it feel like an environment versus just a background. And they're like, it's really rare that we find someone that can do that. And I was like, I feel validated! I feel validated! Like, finally my talent has been acknowledged! Because it really does feel like there's a lot of people that just, they look at what I can do, and it feels like magic! Oh my gosh! And it's like, it's not magic! Just do the thing! To me, it's not magic. It's logical. It's almost science feeling to me. Like, it's not magical that I can do this. It's like basic logic. But I know it's not that way for everybody, you know what I mean? But also, like, you have to enjoy something to really want to work on it too. And I get that a lot of people just don't like this kind of stuff. They just find it boring, which is fair. I find characters boring, so we're even, I guess. I would much rather draw a bunch of rocks and trees than go draw some characters. And in fact, in Japan, there are people that are like career assistants. Like, that's what they do. That's just what they do. They do backgrounds for their entire career. They have no desire to actually become their own mangaka. And I'm like, oh my god, that sounds like me! I mean, I wouldn't mind becoming a mangaka, but I don't think I'd be that upset either if I never moved on from being an assistant. I don't think I'd be upset at that either. Because, I mean, imagine how marketable of a skill that is. Hey, I'm an assistant. I actually really like drawing backgrounds. I will never be out of a job. Even with AI, there are always going to be people who want it done traditionally. So, and I use traditionally lightly because I draw on a computer. So, you know what I mean. Should probably look at my notes and see what I had planned for my tones. Yeah. You know, I just thought of something. I don't know why I'm working so hard on this, when I can make my life super duper easy. Watch this. Why am I redoing it? I don't know. I don't know why I'm making my life so difficult. Why am I doing it again? It's a great question. This I can get rid of. I never said I was smart. Yeah. Huzzah! Now, I do have to clean up some of the borders a little bit, but... Me out here making my life unnecessarily difficult. Classic! Silly me. Tricks are for kids. Yeah, basically now I'm just going in and cleaning it up a little. And I think I had the back also originally. Like the back of the cage, I think I also originally had planned to tone that as well. Let's see, I have a whole, I need to step up my background game. I have a whole scene in the middle of a desert, and it's making me crazy figuring out how to manage. Oh, that is super easy! I'm gonna give you a brush that's gonna save your life. Look for this brush in Clip Studio. So, I'll put it on YouTube as well. So this is the name of a brush that I like to use. Oh my gosh, let me show you this brush. Let me show you what this brush does. Let me get a clean canvas here. Look at this beautiful brush. Look at this. And what's the best part of it, the best part of this brush is that it's completely monochrome. You don't have to use any tones at all. It's perfectly monochrome. See, nothing, almost nothing has changed. Let me make a color layer just to prove my point. Look at this. Nothing, it's one's color, one's monochrome, and you can't even really tell the difference. You don't even need to turn it into a tone. It's perfectly monochrome exactly the way that it is. And it's really great for, like, sand. If you wanted just to have something like that, what you could do, oopsies. If you have, like, dunes and stuff, here, let me just, so, like, if you have, like, let me just draw in some dunes really quick. So, like, let's say you've got some sand dunes, right? Sand dunes. What you could do is, there's a couple different ways you could do it. You could, like, just draw in the texture. What I would do is maybe layer them behind each other, just so that they're, and sand tends to, let me grab a photo really quick. Sand dunes. Always grab references. Actually, yeah, let me start this over. Now that I've got a reference here. Let me start this over. Okay, so like here's our reference, right? So I just grabbed the first picture I found on Google, so let me blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let me just brain just go about this the way brain usually goes about this. So like here's our reference here. Okay, so that's what I would start with. And then underneath this, what you could do is take this brush. I wouldn't worry about the texture just yet, or worry about like cleaning it up. It's fine if it's messy at first, it's okay. Don't worry about it too much. Okay, so the way I would see this, just so I can show you guys what my brain is saying. So let me draw on top of this really quick, just kind of make my point. So what I'm seeing is here, we have a transition point between the darker sand to the lighter sand, and then darker sand to the lighter sand. And then here, we have like a higher contrast, but we also have right here, we can see there's a lighter line right that goes this way. That's basically like right here. And then here we have a dark contrast that goes this way and gets lighter. So, and then same thing here, it's darker and goes lighter. With like right here, if we zoom in right here, there's a little bit, whoopsies, ah! Too far. There's a little bit of a line right here to kind of show us where that is, but the sand is also blowing, and so we almost have like a soft glow effect in certain places where it looks like the sand is blowing. And so let's keep that in mind as we're putting in our sand. So for now, I'm kind of figuring out where I want the darker stuff. Ah! And I'm just using the same brush, by the way. I'm not changing anything. You have the same effect up here as well. And then we have a couple, like in here, we have a couple lines. Now, what I'm gonna do is... That's okay. No, this is fine. This is fine. Never apologize for having me draw some backgrounds. Never apologize. This is literally my life. Oh, no, I missed it. We don't need as much as I thought we did up here, so I can get rid of some of this. A little bit. And then you can always sort of like reselect bits if you want to. like to limit where it'll go, just draw like. So for example, what I want to do is I want to, it gets darker around right the edge of the sand dune, like where the sand dune starts. So I want to create just a little lip. So what I'll do is get the brush back. I'll just go along the edge. Just a little bit. But we're not done yet. Like we're not well, we're kind of close to done. The sand itself has a color, and then this comes up around here. Nope. I didn't put this in well enough, so let's redo that. But you guys didn't expect to get a lesson today. If you want to add some extra dimension, you can also do this. Meh, I keep messing that up. It's gonna be soft because it's sand. Don't worry, I'll fix it later. I'm just... I tend to sketch stuff in and then correct it later, so... Basically what I'm doing is I'm using the white as the base. And then I'm using the gray to add in shadows for the lit portion of the sand. Is basically what I'm doing. And I'm taking out what I don't need. Like where the shadows aren't. And then you'd have just a little bit of shadow here where like it transitions. There you go. Just a smidge. But for the most part, you don't really need a lot of it. Just a little bit to help with the transition there of like the dunes. Sometimes you gotta be patient with the texture. Sometimes it just takes a while to scrape it. right? It just takes a little while. For the most part, we don't really need anything there. And then we just kind of soften this and be patient with it. I think there's too much up here, so let me soften that some more. And then maybe we can lighten this up. Maybe this is too dark, so we can just lighten it. And if we want to lighten this, we can. Super easy. Super easy. Oopsies. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but does it look like sand? That's what matters. Does this give the texture of sand? And then if you want to be super duper extra, you can use the I have like a fire brush that is like sparks and stuff to kind of give the impression of like cluster sand, I guess, like blowing. That's what I would do. Just gonna give it some texture. The alternative is that we don't have any of this in here, and we just use the darker part of the sand. There we go, it looks a little bit lighter. Oopsies. Also use a gauze cloud also to give it a different texture. Ta-da! Sand! I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. Gets everywhere. That's true. That's true. With Dustin. But yeah, there you go, guys. I drew sand today. Quick little sand doodle. And see, even without our guidelines here, it's still pretty easy to understand. Even though they're dots, you know they're sand. I hope that helped a little bit. Just like different, like basically what I would do is I would just do some studies. Hello, Higuru Mateos. Higuru Mateos? Higuru Matos? I'm so sorry. How do I say your name? I'm so sorry. Welcome to my YouTube stream. I just did a little sand tutorial. I'm gonna save this as sand tutorial in my sketch dump folder, and I'll put it in my sketch dump for Patreon. Maybe I'll post that video on Patreon. Like I'll clip it and put it on Patreon or something, or I'll clip it and put it on YouTube or whatever. Oh, did I get the time lapse on that? Yeah, I got the time lapse! Woo! Awesome. Let's see. It's so funny to see that quote and not have anyone get the reference. It's actually funny because yesterday they even said they don't watch Star Wars. I don't watch Star Wars! I've never seen Star Wars. There we go. Alright, let me check this against my original reference here. Make sure I got everything. Oh, I forgot her dress. Gotta get the dress. But yeah, I hope that was helpful, Vaughn. Is it Vaughn or do you prefer Hexa? Which one would you prefer? We use people's preferred names in this house. If possible. Alright, and now her tones are gonna be further down. That way they're underneath the border here. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. I see an error that I made. Oh, I got it. We're good. Yeah, I'm not afraid of doing demos, so, you know, I don't want to do them all the time, but yeah, I'm always happy to help with stuff like that. Backgrounds are my passion! What's that thing? Graphic design is my passion. Backgrounds are my passion. Literally. Gotta get rid of, let's see, it's sitting on top of the... Is there on multiply? Is that why? Oh, I don't have a delete button. Except your passion lives up to the hype. What is the Bubble Gumshoes about? The Bubble Gumshoes is a whodunit mystery with like comedic aspects into it. Basically, the hamster goes missing, and then there's sort of like it's just the class hamster. The class hamster goes missing, and there's sort of like a trial on like who done it, where did he go, where is he, what happened to him, and then you know. Kind of get to see the whole story like evolve. I don't want to spoil anything, but we get to see like the whole story evolve through like, you know, we get to hear the student side of the story, and then miraculously we get at some point we get to hear the hamster side of the story. Yes, we get to hear, he doesn't talk, but we get to hear the hamster side of the story. And my favorite panel in this whole volume is this one where like he's lost, he's looking for directions, and he says, "It was then that an angel appeared." And the angel is this this frog, wearing like a bathing suit onesie with like a little cape. And she has this pipe in her hand, and instead of smoke coming out, it's bubbles. He's like, and then an angel appeared, and it's her. I was like, oh my god, I want to work on this. I don't know why. That's my favorite panel. Like, that's kind of like the comedy, silliness, goofiness of it. It's really cute. But yeah, it's like mystery with comedy. Yeah, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's really cute. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Like seeing it done and everything, so I think it'll be great. Oh, whoops. The first volume is already out if you guys want to read it. We already have the first volume out. No, it's not. I don't think it's slice of life per se. I mean, kind of. Kind of slice of lifey. Oh, bye, Comic Man. Thank you for coming by to the stream. Appreciate it. I can spell today. Oh, it's bye. I'm smart. I'm smart, I promise. I never said I was smart. I never said I was smart. I'm just, my last brain cell is holding on to dear life. Where can I read it? Let's see. Let me grab a link for you. You can get it on, you can get all of the goodies here. I'll put a link in the Twitch chat as well. You can also get digital versions of the books as well. The Bubble Gumshoes Volume 1, the PDF's only $5. Here's like, you can also get, so you can get digital versions as well if you prefer digital versions. Here's the link to the digital page as well. So, yeah, yeah, the digital one for the Bubble Gumshoes is only $5 for the first volume. And then volume 2, or not volume 2, volume 1 of Rapture Burgers, which is the same artist writer pair, and I'm also assisting on Rapture Burgers, is also available, and volume 1 for that, the digital, is only $10. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. There's a physical copy of volume 1. Absolutely. There's a hardcover and a softcover. And they look gorgeous. I have the physical printer, or the physical print of it, and I've decided, I'm like, yo, you need to tell me where you got these books printed, because I want to print there, because these look absolutely stunning. So, yeah, there's a hardcover with like a special edition cover, and then there's like the soft cover with the standard cover. I think this one's done. Let me see if I was gonna do anything with the glasses. Oh, yeah, I was gonna do that too. Let me turn this off. Okay, oh, I see. I was gonna leave the shading out of her glasses for the most part. Let me clean that up. So I have the right, oh, I see what I did. I'll just make another layer, it's fine. I'll just make another layer! Famous last words. Yeah, these look a little heavy, so I'm gonna soften them with my handy dandy brush. The sand brush that I showed you is basically my favorite brush that I use for everything. All of the texturing that you see here and the wheel, it's the exact same brush. It's like my favorite universal brush for softening anything. like making gradients and whatever, it's like the perfect brush. I love it. Also, having a lasso fill, it has changed my life. Honestly, like having a lasso fill is great. Gotcha. I think it might be a gift, maybe, for maybe 2 kids my mom knows. Yeah, absolutely. That would be awesome. If you do that, please let me know. I'm sure my writer Chris and the artist Pepper would love to hear that. They would love to know. But yeah, it's all like all ages appropriate. Like it's made for kids, so feel free to share. There's nothing overly dramatic or dark or gory, bloody, whatever. There's none of that stuff here. This is absolutely made for kids. Thank you for asking. Do you also make manga? I have curiosity. I love getting to meet other creators and hear about their stuff, so. Alright, I think I'm done with this one. Whew. Now we'll send it off to the mangaka to get some feedback. Actually, let me do one more thing. Famous last words. Wait, one more thing. Wait, one more thing. Wait, one more thing. Right, famous last words. You guys tired of my Weather Channel music yet? I noticed your 2 manga are fantasy based. Is there a genre you really like to work on? You mean Onami and Godsbane? Yeah, absolutely. Fantasy is what I really like working on. Fantasy is definitely what I prefer. Specifically supernatural fantasy. I don't like fantasy in the sense of like elves and dwarves, like that type of stuff I'm not really into. But I really love like supernatural fantasy. And one of the one shots I'm working on right now for myself is called Briar Ghost. Here I'll go ahead and open it for y'all. This is another one I'm working on. Give it a second. Needs to think about it. So this is like a ghost story that I was working on, where this girl basically like goes into like this haunted house. She's trying to like prove herself to this council so she can join this like official like ghost hunting league. I really want to do like ghost stories and stuff. So like think like campfire stories to tell, like campfire type stories, or like like the show Supernatural, where you have someone who like travels all across the country, like running into different like American cryptids and going to different American like haunted locations and exploring stuff. Think like that type of stuff. Yeah, I'd really love to do stuff like that. And so that's kind of what this story was, is it was meant to be her going to this haunted location, finding out that there's a poltergeist there, and she gets trapped in the house and she has to escape. And in the end, she ends up like making friends with the poltergeist. It's not making friends, but she realizes that what she wants and what the poltergeist wants is the same thing. And so, or the earthbound spirit, I guess he's not a poltergeist. She thinks he's a poltergeist, but he's not a poltergeist. He's just earthbound. And so she ends up, like, working with him to get what they both want. But my editor, she saw on it, Viz, was like, it's not scary enough. I'm like, I'm not going for scary. I'm going for like thriller more like I want it to I don't necessarily want to scare people. I've never been scared by a book. Because when I was thinking about what I wanted to do, I'm like, okay, maybe horror isn't the genre for me. Maybe it's more sci-fi, thriller, drama-esque stuff. But I don't think I've ever been scared by a book. And so I don't think horror is for me. But yeah, and so what I'm going to be doing with her now is making another version of the one shot, because that's basically how the one shot program at Viz works. Is you make a one shot, you send it to your editor, you get feedback, and you do it again, or your one shot gets greenlit, and then you make the final pages. Yeah, my favorite movie is The Sixth Sense. Yeah, exactly. That type of stuff is what I want to do. It's not about scary. It's more like weird. PTSD Radio is probably a good example of the type of manga I want to make. That or, what is it called? Hina Tsugimura. Hina Tsugimura is a really good one. I love how, like, my voice changes when I say Japanese words. Hina let's see, I have to write Tsugimura. I spelled it wrong. My freaking mouse keeps getting in the way. Tsugimura. Here we go. This manga. This one. I'll show it to you guys. This one. This one here, it's technically horror. Oh, come on, Google, you piece of garbage. Why are you not letting me scroll? What the fuck? There we go. But yeah, like, it's a really cool, I don't know, why is it not letting me scroll? What the frick? There we go. But yeah, like, it's horror-esque. But it's not necessarily about, like, bloody, well, I mean, it is bloody and gory. It is bloody and gory. But it's a short story. The whole book is in one volume. And it's not a super big book, either. I'm trying to find a photo of, like, how big it is. It's not very big. It's, like, maybe, I mean, it's a volume. It's a tankobon. But it's a self-contained story within that one volume. And it's basically about this woman here and how she can, like, mend people together and take them apart and piece them back together. Like, here's an example. Like, she took half of this woman's face and put it on someone else. So it's really messed up. But that's the type of stuff I'd really like to make. Stuff that's just really weird and bizarre. That type of thing. Yeah. That's kind of what I'd like to make, in the end. And that's kind of what Godsbane is, in the sense where it's like, Godsbane can get pretty dark. Oh yeah, absolutely. Japanese horror is built on a completely different structure, because in American horror, it's like, it's built around overcoming that horror, and, like, you know, escaping or run away or trying to kill it. And in Japanese horror, I feel like the big difference is that Japanese horror is built in a way where anyone can be that victim. Like, it's not like Mary Sue or Gary Stu made. That's not the point. That's not how I'm trying to say it. What I guess what I mean is more like, anyone could be in that particular situation. Very rarely is Japanese horror specific to a specific person, unless that person put themselves in that situation. And, you know, I mean, manga in general uses the Kishotenketsu workflow. And the Kishotenketsu workflow works really. There's actually a really great article about Japanese horror from Tofugu. Yeah, the skeletal structure of Japanese horror. This is a really great article about this. By the way, I've read this article so many times. It's kind of what got me started on the whole Japanese horror thing. So I just happened to run across this by accident. but it's a really good, it breaks down, here, let me actually show, let me just bring this over again. This is what I really like, oopsies, this is what I really like about the article, is it breaks down, how, like, the, here we go. So this is, typical Western folktale story, how it's typically structured, and then how is Japanese stuff structured. You know, and even just from this, you can see it's incredibly different. But it also goes into, like, how they structure, how, like, actual examples of how they break up the structure, the grammar of Japanese horror, Kishotenketsu, you know, how horror does, or how Kishotenketsu doesn't have to have a conflict to survive. And then, like, how like the world has responded to Japanese horror. It's a fantastic article. I really love it. I would highly recommend it if you're interested in Japanese horror, or maybe, like, want to start making Japanese horror-esque stuff. It's been really, really helpful for me. The thing is, though, is I was not aiming for scary when I was writing Briar Ghost. I was aiming more for tense, anxiety type stuff rather than, like, actual... Oh, man. Let me put my dash. I forgot to have my dashboard up. Hang on, guys, 1 second. Let me deal with that. Oopsies. I hate that I have so much issue with Twitch's freaking creator dashboard is so not easy for me to deal with. I hate it. Why can I just not delete it? Oh, here we go. Oh, mod. Yeah, there we go. Forgot to show mod icons. There we go. I got it. I forgot that I had to turn the button on. My bad. Okay, anyway. So we're working on the next page. This one will be a lot easier, because hopefully I can get stuff done without yapping too much. Is another. I don't think I've read that one yet. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll have to look into it. I just realized I messed up my line art here for the cage. There's a spot that I missed.
He's right there. I messed it up. Get to play. What layer is this game? Like the hamster booty? Oh, I messed up there too. I just heard my cat sneeze.
Twas, just as a warning, there's bullying and a ton of gore in it. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I mean, Hinatsugi... Oh gosh, Hinatsugi Mura is also pretty violent. Like, it's pretty bad too. Like, literally, there's this girl that gets her head put on a dog's body. She gets her head cut off and put on a little dog's body. Like, think like Pomeranian or something. Crazy. There's a part in Hinatsugi Mura where people like these people are eating soup and they find like eyeballs and hair and teeth in it. It's not bad. It could be way worse, but it still is like, damn. So like, calm down, bruh. But it's really good. I really liked it. I read it all in one sitting, so that's how good it was. Yeah, I'm super picky about stuff, so I really enjoyed it. Someone else recommended it to me. Remember the sand brush from earlier, fam? Watch this. Me. Me. Super easy. That also should have been raised a bit. Cute little hamster. Oh, that's why. I was like, why is it? Because I had the perspective ruler on.
Just like my keyboard sounds.
Keyboard ASMR. I don't know if you've seen the meme of the girl getting thrown by the umbrella, but if you have, that's from another. No, I have not seen that meme. Wow. I have not seen that.
Dang, that's brutal. I'm gonna add in the rest of that hand in there. I'm actually gonna add a little bit of liner in front of the cage. Oh, I forgot to convert this to vector. Oh, I forgot to make the vector layer. Convert layer. Vector. Raster. If you ever want to convert an existing layer to vectors, by the way, this is how you do it. You just go to... Oops, let me... you take the layer that you want, you can select it, and then you go to convert layer, and then you can just hit vector layer, and then boop, it's all vectors. Woo! Watch this. See? Here's the stuff I just did. No. These are all vectors now. It's super easy to... Well, maybe. There it is. See, there it is. The lines I just added. They're all vectors now. Easier to edit. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. Basically what I'm doing is I'm just thickening up the lines here, just so that this feels like it's in front of the hamster, to kind of match the thickness here. I don't want it to compete, but I want it to feel a little bit more forward in the artwork. So I'm going to make the lines just a little bit thicker here. I'm going to do it manually, that way they're editable and removable later. Rather than doing it on the same layer as the actual 3D model that I used. That way it's easy for the mangaka to edit later if they wish. Alright, let me put in the shirt now. Anyone have any projects coming up maybe next week, or maybe anything that they're working on? How big were the flowers here? I could fit maybe 2 on a sleeve. Okay, yeah, I think this is about the same size. Hmm. Dang it. Oh, that'll do. That looks good. That way it actually feels layered. Let's see. I wrote out my plan script for SMA. Oh yeah, did you which SMA, the new one that they just announced? I forget what the new theme is. Did you guys see the that entry that looks like it was traced over AI? I think it was the third runner up. It, like, some of those panels look like they just straight up traced over AI. Allegedly. I have to use the phrase allegedly because this is YouTube. But did you guys see that? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, a kind heart. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, one of the third entry for the runner-up of the results that they just announced, the SMA 24. One of them, in my personal opinion, looks heavily traced over AI. Just like and I say this as someone who, you know, when I used to work at Global Comics, one of the things I would do is if I came across a manga, whether someone reported it to me or I was just like reading casually myself, and it looked like there was one that was made by AI, like part of my job was to like look into that, and it looks like it was just traced over AI. Because I've seen a lot of AI comics and manga, and it looks like AI. Like you can see that they drew on top of it, but I don't know, just some of it looks really off. What is going on here? Man, I had to work extra hard for that. Sorry guys, I just got really focused. Focus mode! Welcome to focus mode. No distractions allowed. Just kidding. I'm still gonna get distracted, I'm sure. Something will catch my attention. I'm like Dory from Finding Nemo. Did anyone enter the Kodansha word contest? I technically entered that one, but I feel kind of bad with how I entered. I kind of feel bad about it. It feels kind of lazy, but I mean, I did try to make something, and it just... Now I can turn this back on. I forget which one it is, so we'll turn all of them on. Well. Oh, helps if I have the right. Helps if I have the right layer. Oh my gosh. I promise I'm smart. Trying to find the entries for 2024. Here. I guess I can grab a link really quick. They kind of hit it really well. SMA letter winners. Oh, 24. Sometimes I wonder why they make this page so hard to find. Here, I'll show you guys the one that I mean. Here, I'll just show you guys. So, there were no, there was no Winter Grand Prix. The highest award that they gave out this time was the,
the runner-up one. That was like the highest one that they, yeah. And so when you look at, so the first one checks out, it looks fine. I read this one, Benny Shoga. This is the oranges and apples, or apples and oranges one. The creator, he also won an NPC. I think he's won at least one award on NPC as well. But it's this one. And so this creator's from Spain. And so when you look at it, like, this first page isn't necessarily bad, and I actually really love this detail. This is actually really nice. Nice choice. But if you look at some of this, like, it doesn't look right. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it doesn't look right. Like, I don't know, like, it just doesn't look right. Do you know what I mean? And then especially like this panel here. I wish I could zoom in on this. It's not gonna let me. But like, it just doesn't look right. Like, it looks like AI. Like, it looks like those AI comics. Especially this panel. This panel was when I was like, oh my gosh. So like, even this one, like, that looks like AI. Like, I don't know, like the anime AI stuff. Like, it's just such a generic reaction. Like, they almost look like same face. I mean, they're not, but they almost look like it. And then this here also just looked really strange. Like, this just, I don't know. Like, it looks like it's traced over AI, me personally. Now, that doesn't mean, and see, I don't know if, like, the AI, like, if it is or not. I'm not saying, I'm just saying my personal opinion is that it is. It's traced over. And part of that is also, like, if someone can draw this well, if their anatomy is this good, their line art should be better. Like, they should have a better quality line art than this. And maybe they rushed it. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have a lot of time and it was rushed. But, like, I feel like if they can draw this well and do perspective this well, like, they would have better line art quality, personally. But... And also, I don't get it. Like, she throws this away, and then he looks at the trash, and, like, I don't... Like, did he open it? And he just gives it to her, and he's like, hey, here's this thing you threw away. And then she gives it to him? Is that who it was for? Like, was it for him? I don't know, it feels weird to me. My personal opinion, but I was really disappointed to see that won Grand Prix. Like, that creator ranked so high that they get invited to the SMA village. That's how high they ranked. You know? Like, it just... I don't know. It's just my personal opinion, but... I mean, my stories can also be confusing, so that's neither here nor there, but my issue is that the artwork, I feel like the artwork would make more sense if that person can draw that well, as far as, like, the perspective and the anatomy. Like, if they can draw that well, I would hope that they would have better line art than that. That's what makes me feel like something's off. Because objectively, that artwork, as far as, like, the anatomy and proportions, is better than mine. But their line art is just... It's not of the same quality of someone who can draw that well. Alright, I need to open the character concepts for these too. Okay, yeah, she does have black hair and black pants. I thought so. I'm gonna actually erase this.
Actually, no, I won't. I'm gonna copy it instead. Sorry, that was my elbow that popped. Sorry. That was my elbow popping. Oh, I see what's happening here. Why is it acting like it's not a monochrome layer, though? There we go. That'll do. Yeah, yeah. That first one is really, really nice. Alright, now let's open Emily's reference. Yeah, it looked super unnatural. Like, it just... What's the phrase? I smell a rat? Like, it's off. Something about... Uncanny Valley, I think is the phrase the real phrase I'm looking for. It feels off. Like, the best way I can describe it. Okay, yeah. I didn't think she had, like a special... Oh, she has black shoes, though. I forgot about her black shoes. Oh, and she has black shoes, too. Okay. Forgot about that. Black shoes. I think they both have black shoes. Yes. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, her belt is white. Yep. Oh, I forgot the black on her pants here. Let's see. They don't have socials I can find. See, that's a hallmark also of an AI creator, is they have no socials. That was one of the things that I noticed when I was working at Global Comics, and I would have to like investigate these guys. Almost none of them have socials because they just come from nowhere. That's normal. Like that was one of the things where I was like, yeah, that's a little weird because they just come out of nowhere. They have like no existing presence at all. And I mean, that's not that unusual. Like sometimes that happens. Sometimes people just aren't social media people. So that's not super, super weird, but it's just a part of the pattern, you know what I mean? Where it's like, eh. Okay, yeah, she has a white shirt underneath all that, so I'm gonna assume because we can see her overalls. Yeah. She's got, like, nice white... If I remember correctly, she always has, like, big blocks of white in her hair. Now that I'm looking at the reference. And I just gotta fix the ground here. Where's my actual background? Here it is. Background line. Oh, there it is. I was like, where did it go? Meh. Just realized I forgot to shade the hamster. So do you prefer single page? I personally prefer double pages. When I work on my stuff, I like exclusively work in double pages. But the mangaka writer duo for this project prefer single pages. Which does drive me a little crazy because I prefer to do double pages. That way I can do like universal tones and it makes my life a lot easier. But it's not my project, so that's the other thing is like being an assistant is you kind of have to adjust how you work to the team that you're on. So like for example, when I do stuff, I'm always in 2-page spreads on my stuff. Always. So always in 2-page spreads. So it's just easier for me because that way I can work on 2 pages at a time. I just like it more. Wrong layer! Or wrong setting? I want more texture than that. tell if this was intentional or not. Somehow that looks worse. I'll have to ask the— oh no, never mind. I'll have to ask the mangaka about that. See if that was intentional.
What do you do if you see a mistake in a page? Do you send a note to the artist? It depends. Depends on what it is. If I see something like you just saw me fixing like the little hands, if that's something that I can fix, I'll just fix it. But 90% of the time, I don't change the line art with anything, and it's better to ask the mangaka a question and be like, "Hey, like, did you intend to do this? Or is this supposed to be there?" You know, like for example, in one of the final pages that I did, open recent. This one. So I'll open this as like an example. So for example, the script was put in here. There were no notes for what needed to be here. And then this is actually wait, is this my drawing? Yeah, this is my drawing here. This is my drawing for the like in here. It was actually a completely different background original. It was a completely different background from what was originally in here. So let me— so this is what was originally in here. It was something kind of like this. These were aligned slightly differently. That's what was in here. This is a gun range, and I've been to multiple gun ranges before. My family's military. I've shot guns. Like, I've been to gun ranges. Like, and I was like, this is not what a gun range looks like. And so, you know, I went to the mangaka. I was like, hey, like, this is not what a gun range look like. Do you trust me to like completely redraw this? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. And so, with like no direction from the mangaka on this particular panel, other than like the rough angle that they wanted, because based on the sketch, because like this, that's not the sketch. That was my sketch. I think this was roughly the sketch. That's my sketch. I think this was my sketch. I just drew on top of it what I wanted the sketch to be. And then, when I sent over, I believe I sent over the sketch as like a rough idea of like, hey, this is kind of what I'm thinking. What do you think? And then I sent them photos of like the references that I was using. And then I was just able to, like put in my, turn on my own line art and, everything else. And then, I sent this over and was like, hey, like, does this look good? Because I had to correct the perspective on this. This perspective on this was all wrong. So usually when it comes to like doing assistant work, it's sort of like a back and forth with the mangaka, like, hey, how does this look? Or hey, how does this look? But if I see something that I think is like an obvious mistake, I absolutely would ask. And just not assume, because maybe that was done on purpose. I don't know. It would, like, usually the mangaka will do like a good chunk of the line art on their own, and then offer like a suggestion for what they want for the background. So yeah, CSP is pretty great. I love Clip Studio. And then for example, like here, I didn't have to do really any changes for this particular panel. The only thing that I changed a little bit of was like some of this, just cleaning up some of this line art. And then for the gun, I did mostly like adding line art and stuff, like the shading to it, for example. So let me get that open again. This one. So like for example here, I had to edit the sign a little bit to like make it fit better. With like the angle, I remember there was some stuff about the sign that I had to edit. There was some stuff here that I had to edit because of the shape of this.
didn't quite match what it was supposed to. This sign here, I changed a couple times. Mainly like this section here with like, this is supposed to be like on the wall. And so I had to make some edits to this a couple times just so that it looks like, hey, like this is actually something that's on the wall. Versus like it just being like, boo, it's there. And so we put it at an angle and then added this sign here to kind of give the context clues that, hey, this is on the wall there. Yeah. And then the gun here, there was like no shading on this one. Almost no shading on it whatsoever. I put in all of the grays and all of the blacks. But this arm here was probably the thing I struggled with the most just because I'm not keen on mechanical things. That's the biggest weakness that I have. And so the gun and the arm I really, really struggled with. And so there was a little bit of like back and forth with the mangaka and the artist. Or the writer. Just so I could be like, hey, I did some edits, this look okay. Hey, I did some edits, this look okay. Hey, I did some edits, this look okay. Just because I really, really struggled with it. But also it's like, you know, what brush do you use? Or what tones do you use? Do you have a specific texture that you want to use? Like, even just getting kind of like set up initially was just a little bit of a process. It wasn't hard. It was just, you know, what do you want? You know, what are your expectations for me in terms of like, you know, like what am I drawing? Am I doing line art? Am I doing backgrounds? Like, or am I not backgrounds? Am I doing line art? Am I doing tones? You know, just figuring out what that relationship is. You know, and now that I have a little bit of practice, you know, I generally know, you know, how the process goes and what the writer's preferences are as far as like how often do I check in, you know, what stages am I checking in at, that type of stuff. So. I think part of it also is just being willing to be wrong. Like do this. If you have a question, ask. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask. You know? So all I'm doing is I'm just adding a little scuff and little dirt to the floor. Just so that it feels like it's a real floor. But the floor, you don't want it to be too perfect either. Usually the corners are the best places to add stuff like this. That way it feels kind of lived in. And you know, when you have corners and stuff, that's sort of where shadows, like, you know how like in a glass of water, like for example, I don't have my, I'll just draw it in here and then I'll just not save it. So like when you have a glass of water, like the water tends to go up at the edges. Like scientifically it does this, it doesn't sit in a cup flat. It like goes, it like has a lip just ever so slightly at the edge of the glass. It's kind of the same concept where shadows tend to overlap just a little bit at edges and corners and stuff, and you can add like little shadows and like extra thick lines, play with your line weight a little bit to get like really cool effects and stuff. And it just helps it feel like it, oh, like there are people that actually exist in this space and it's not just like weird void where everything looks strangely perfect. Because ultimately you don't want your backgrounds to be perfect. You don't want them to be beautiful. Unless that's intentional. There are times where that's a good idea. But figuring out when it's a good time to be a perfectionist about your backgrounds and when it's not will save you so many brain cells. Alright, so I'm basically at the point now where I'm pretty happy with it. And so, generally the next phase will be sending this off to the mangaka and get their opinion. See what they think about it. I think I'm gonna copy the background, the floor, and I'm gonna lighten it as its own tone. Let me do that, yeah. It's too dark. I'll set it to like a 20, maybe. Nah, it's not light enough. 30, I think will do. Just ever so slightly lighter. And then just gotta finish the hamster. Took me a really long time to do that because I kept yapping today. If I'm on the right layer. What's that mean? Be drawing on the wrong layer! Every single time. Every single time I do that to myself. What's up, Total Excellence? Yo! Ixie, how are you doing? How are you? What type of assistance do you provide? I provide mostly backgrounds, and then, like, props. So, for example, if, like, a character has, like, a mechanical arm, I would draw something like that. Here, I'll show you, like, just some examples of backgrounds and stuff I might do. So, like, for example, I basically drew this entire second panel here, this entire panel, and then I did all of the shading here. I drew this arm. I don't want to say I drew the entire background because some of it was already drawn by another assistant, so I just kind of finished it for them. But I did, like, I had to redraw the cylinder here. I had to redraw all of the rocks in the background. And then I did, of course, all the tone work as well, so. Yep. And then for both of these, I started from basically just sketches of the background, and then, like, loose sketches of the background, and then I put in all of the backgrounds. Basically, like, the mangaka did all like, the main work, so take that off, turn that off, and turn that off. This is basically kind of what I started with these layers here. That's what I started with. Yep, that's what I started with. So, yep. And then I did the rest. So, it's really fun work. I like it. It's a lot of work, but, you know, just because I'm drawing things it's a lot of work in the sense that I'm drawing things I've never really drawn before. Or things that I never thought that I would draw. Like, I never thought I would draw a hamster in a Hawaiian shirt. Sitting at a trial. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would draw that. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of an experience, but it's really fun. You know, it's really good for sort of like challenging yourself to do different things. And I think that's why it's a really good idea to try to be an assistant if you can, because it forces you to draw stuff maybe you normally wouldn't have. Or maybe things that maybe you don't want to draw. Like, for example, I am not a mech person. I don't like drawing mech. I don't like drawing technology. I don't like drawing that type of stuff. Mainly because it just doesn't interest me that much. However, I need to be able to do those things. For example, to be able to draw cars, or to be able to draw buildings, or, you know, for one of the next one shot that I'm working on for Viz, because I already have one published, I'm working on a second one. I need to be able to draw the inside of a car, and so, you know, and or inside of a basically like a camper van. I need to be able, so that's where that would be a helpful skill, is to be able to draw those things. And so, you know, having to draw interiors and buildings and mechanical things and will make drawing things like a camper van easier, right? So it just forces you to draw stuff maybe you normally wouldn't. I wish I had designed it, but I didn't. I did not design the hamster. He's pretty cute, isn't he? What? Foo? What? Yeah, he's pretty cute. Yeah, he does remind me a little bit of Hamtaro. Yeah, I can see that. I'm yawning all the time. I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not tired. This might be the questions I asked you. Maybe. Have you stretched and drank any water? Hell no, I've not drank any water. I've been drinking the opposite of water. I've been drinking soda. I need that caffeine, baby! So I've had the opposite of water. I probably should go drink some water, though. I have been stretching, though. I have been stretching, like in my seat. You probably just heard my chair squeak. Oh, I've had tea. I had some tea earlier. Does that count as water? Does that count? I think tea counts as water. It's basically leaf water, like fancy leaf flower water. Don't judge me. It's coffee. I have coffee next. It's a Starbucks double shot energy. Dirty leaf water. Better than dirty bean water. Ironically, as I drink my double shot energy vitamins, ginseng, guarana, Starbucks coffee.
Let's see. How about having a hamster wear a guayabera and then adding it if it's not compelling a naked mole rat? I mean, you'd have to talk to the writer. Could always give him suggestions. Sleep? No. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I got another 2 hours yet. I got stuff I can do. I think these are good. I'm gonna send these off to the mangaka. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Well, let me check the notes really quick. Let me check the notes. Is your bed a casket? No, it's just the tatami mat with the shiki button on top. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got that affixed. We got that approved. We got that approved. Okay, I need to read this part. Sorry, I'm looking at the Discord server really quick. Sorry. I'm just double checking all the notes to make sure I did everything. Ahora estoy tenga motores tearu no de panero karete desu karetemasu. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was the only part that I wasn't sure about, but it looks like that part's good. Okay, cool. I did that. So what, the main concern that I had was her face, because her face is visible, like, part of the panel, like, the bars of the cage have been made so that we can see her face through them, and didn't remember if we had talked about that part, but we did. Yeah, you should definitely go to bed. Sleep is good. I think we're good. Mama, なんでしてるの?
Come here, Mama. Oh! Oh my goodness. Miso. Hello. What's up, Lynn? How are you today? Thank you for stopping by, Lynn. Sorry, I was just talking to my cat. Miso, do you want to say hi to everyone? Miso, want to say hi? Yeah? Sorry, it's my cat. Miso, ma'am, my goodness. It's okay, Miso, calm down. What are you screaming about? My cat was in the background screaming. I don't know if you guys heard her, but she was upset about something. What's going on, ma'am? What's going on, Miso? Miso trying to talk to chat, yeah. Mama. It's okay, Mama. It's okay. I've got you, Mama. I'm now sitting here with a cat in my arms. Like, she's so silly. Here, I'll show you. So, like I'm sitting at my desk trying to, oopsies. Like, I'm sitting at my desk trying to draw, so, like, here's my drawing tablet. I'm sitting here, I've got, like, this hand here drawing. I didn't do that very good. Like, I'm sitting here drawing, and then my cat is, like, sitting, and I'm, oh, come on, Clip Studio. That was a really bad time to autosave Clip Studio. So, like, I've got my other hand up here, like, holding my cat. That doesn't look like a cat. Got, like, my cat up here, and I'm, like, holding her in my arm while I'm, like, trying to draw. You're an international student in Japan, and I'm thinking about entering the manga section of the Kyoto International Creators Contest. Any suggestions, please? Well, you should absolutely enter. Abso-friggin-lutely! You should totally enter. I feel like when it comes, like, suggestions. Do you mean suggestions as in, like, what should you do? As far as I'm aware, it's a one-shot contest, right? So, like, Yomi Kitty stuff, right? Miso, stop. There you go. Now you can lay on my arm. There you go. Good job. It's not a cat, it's a baby. She's absolutely a cat. Do I still have the photo? Here we go. Well, let me show you a picture of my cat. Here. It's my cat, Miso. Miso-chan! Kawaii kane. Probably didn't say that right, but I tried. It's my baby. My baby. Or is it kawaii kunai? Kawaii kunai? Is that what it is? Kawaii kunai? Something like that. Something like that. I don't remember. My Japanese is not the best. Okay. I only studied it for 2 years. That's super sick, though, that you're an international student in Japan. Like, literally my life goals. Literally life goals. Ugh. If you're gonna enter the manga section of the Kyoto International, let's see. Let me make sure I understand that contest really quick. Let me look it up. Kyoto Creator Contest. Here we go. The one that's hosted by Metabang. The one that's due literally in a month, like less than a month. Is that the one you're referring to? Let's see, that's the anime contest. I don't want the anime one. Never mind. That's the anime contest. Kyoto International Creators Contest, the manga section. I think I know what contest you're talking about. How did I get on the anime portion of it? Art Street contests. Let me bring this over so you can confirm really quick.
Is... Ma'am, mama. She's just laying on my keyboard where she don't belong. Look at me, look at me struggling with that. Is this the one that you mean? The Kyoto International Creators Award? Oh yeah, thank you. Miso's adorable. She's a little fart knocker. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one. Let me look at the details here. Let's see. There are 2 open theme contests. So it's open theme, you can do whatever you want. That's cool. Oh, so you have to do something, either the author's in Kyoto, the author is originally from Kyoto. The character settings are Kyoto related, and the story is set in Kyoto. Well, are you asking for suggestions on what story you can write? Like, do you have a story yet? Oh wait, this is a Kyoto specific Kyoto award. But it can be any theme. Looks like it can be about anything though. Like there's just a specific Kyoto award, like dedicated award. Oh yeah, about any theme. Oh wow, you can even submit a name as well, or storyboard if you don't finish. That's really cool. Well, my suggestion, of course, would be to try to keep the story as short as possible. Let me see if it has a, is there like a limit on how long it can be? I don't know. I don't think it says. I would, like, my first bit of advice, if this isn't already on here as part of the submission requirements, keep it as short as possible. Yeah, here we go. Recommended 16 to 45 pages. Keep it as short as possible. I would try to keep it between 16 and 20 pages if you can. No genre restrictions, free theme, must be original. That 30 megabyte file size is going to be so hard to do. I mean, yes and no. So, the thing is, though, if you can submit a final piece with even just a few pages finished, that would be really great, because then they can see, hey, here's how they start their work, here's how they communicate their stuff, here's how they handle storyboarding, but also, here's some finished pages. So even something unfinished that's, like, partially, like, maybe has a few pages done, and then the rest are sketched out, is great. But, I mean, obviously, of course they want to finish work, because they want to see that you can finish something. But sometimes people may not find out about the contest until maybe the very end. Like, maybe it's a few days before they have something that's in progress, they can submit it. Cool. They don't want to exclude potential. Like, a contest like this, they're not looking for final finished works, they're looking for potential, right? And it's the same thing with the Kodansha Manga Academy Award. They're not looking for someone who's ready to go out of the gate, is super perfectly skilled, they don't need to teach them anything, they're looking for potential. And I feel like this because of those requirements, I feel like this contest is the same. This is my personal opinion, not a fact, just personal opinion. Like, I would think that they're looking for suggestion, or potential. Let me see what the judges say. Oh, wow. Let me see what the judges say. I guess I am getting tired. No, the judges don't say anything. Oh, what happened? I heard the thing. What happened? I heard the thing. What happened? I heard the thing and nothing showed up on my screen. My messages aren't working. I heard the ping, the ping sound. What happened? Thank you, Twitch, for telling me. It says it, like, in my activity filter, it says there's nothing. So was it a YouTube thing? I got a sub. Aw, thank you! Thank you for the sub! That's so silly that my dashboard is not telling me. Why is my dashboard not telling me anything? That's not helpful. Anyway, thank you for the sub. I love you guys. I love you guys. Okay, who was it though? I love that it's not telling me those things. That's so frustrating because I purposely set this up so that yeah, I'm trying to go back and see it, but I've been live for so long that oh, there it is. Subscribe to the channel. Oh, Lynn, thank you! Thank you, Chillin. I appreciate your sub. Thank you. I found it. I found it. I just had to look around enough. I'm already halfway on the actual manga. I would like to know editors' preferences and things worth considering. Would be super helpful to hear some insights from an industry insider. For example, story or art. If you're a judge and have to prioritize one, mine is currently open-ended with potential for expansion. Okay, so if you're submitting a one-shot, you absolutely need to make it a standalone story. So the thing is you can have open-ended stories. Yeah, sure, absolutely. But I feel like what the editors are probably, like, looking for, if they're anything like my editor at Viz, is they're looking to see if you can tell a complete story. Miso, get down. Ma'am, you aren't allowed to play up there. You know better than that. She was trying to jump up on my shelf, which has, like, my fourth monitor on it. I'm like, ma'am, please. So one of the things that, like, with KMA and working with Viz is Hisashi-san is always telling me that, like, my story needs to be able to stand alone by itself as if it were, like, not getting any new, like, any extra pages, any more pages whatsoever. Like, it needs to be able to stand alone if you're making a one-shot. Now, because if you think about it, the original one, I think One Piece is a really good example. And I'm not a super humongous fan of One Piece, but this is a really good example. Dragon Ball and Dragon Boy are also good examples. So, the one-shots for Dragon Ball, let me step back even further. Most manga that we know today, the series that we love, for example, I don't love One Piece, but a lot of people really love One Piece. Dragon Ball, I freaking love Dragon Ball. It's one of my favorite manga. Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball. It's one of my favorite manga ever. And so they started as one-shots, and those one-shots were completely different than their chapter ones. So, because what the purpose of the one-shot is a test of concept. And it's a test, like, how does this perform with the readership? How do the readers like this? Do the readers like this? That type of thing. And so it's a trial by fire, if you will, of the concept of the story. And if you haven't seen it yet, let me bring this back up. This book, Akira Toriyama's Manga Theater,
is like it's his one shots, both before he got serialized for the first time. So like it's some of the one shots that he was doing while he was trying to become serialized for the first time, which was Dr. Slump, not Dragon Ball. Everyone thinks it's Dragon Ball. It wasn't Dragon Ball. It was Dr. Slump. And then it's also some of the one shots that he was making like while he was serialized as well. And so who's the other one that has their one shots together? Fujimoto has collections of their one shots. Tetsuya Endo, the creator Spy Family, also has a collection of their one shots. And then Gege, the creator of not Gege, the creator of Demon Slayer, also has a book of their one shots. And what's interesting about one shots is they're meant to be a complete standalone story. And if you can prove that you can create a short standalone story, you'll be able to handle chapters. Because while, yes, you do want to have the reader wanting more, you also want it to be satisfying by itself, just in case, in theory, it would never get any more pages. And that's the way to approach a one-shot. At least based on my personal experiences. I'm only one person, so I can only speak from my experience. I'm not sure what, like, other mangaka that might feel about this. But that's kind of how I try to approach it when I'm doing a story, is like, let me make a short story with a beginning, a middle, and end. And then some twist in the middle as well. But yeah, Fairy Tail started as a one-shot. Dragon Ball was originally a one-shot called Dragon Boy, and it did so well that they did a second one-shot, sort of continuing it. Like I don't know, like a limited series, which is what they're doing with the Viz original one-shots now, is the one of the creators, Tickle, she has, I think that's how you say her name, Tikkalu, she has a limited series, which is 3 one-shots, for her Drifting into Summer series. And it's a limited series, so sort of try it out, see how it does, and then, you know, if it performs well, then it can get a series. And that's very normal in the manga space, where you start with a one-shot, and if your one-shot does well, then you get a series. So my personal thought would be, if you're trying to impress the editors, the best possible chance you would have would be to create a good one-shot that shows you can start a story, but you can also wrap one up in a satisfying way, which is the harder of the two skills. Anyone can start a story. Anyone can create this really long, solid, epic, you know, whatever that could be entertaining, but to create a story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end that is also satisfying is a mark of a really good writer. Even if their art itself isn't quite there yet, even if there's still some improvement they need to do, maybe on their character designs, if they can do the storytelling aspect, they can catch up on the art. Or they can get an artist to do their art for them. Or maybe they'll pair you with an artist. You know, if you're not ready yet. Or maybe they'll continue to work on you with your art to get you to a point where you can be your own artist and writer. They are technically one-shots, so, like, it's just a limited series. They're individual books. I mean, I don't know. All I know is that he calls it a limited series. The one-shots combined together make a short series, super short series. So my intuition, just based on stuff that I heard from the Kodansha. Now, keep in mind, every editor has different priorities. I'll link you to the Kodansha YouTube channel, which has some really, really great videos on it. Now, keep in mind, it's Kodansha. You know, so it's a different publisher, but it could be really interesting to you. Just to sort of hear how different editors think. Because also it depends on what demographic you're writing for. A seinen readership and a shonen readership are completely different in how they act and how they think and what they want. You know, from their stories, they are completely different. Here's the Kodansha. Let me put this on my YouTube as well. Or my Twitch channel as well. So this is the Kodansha Manga Academy YouTube channel. And they have a really good variety of like videos from like questions being given to editors, basically.
And they have shonen, they have some of the female readership, they have seinen, they have all different kinds of magazines here. And they're just asking them a bunch of questions, and there's some really, really good answers in here. But also, like, you need to think about who are you. So let me go back to the seinen and shonen readership thing. Like, a shonen reader is, at least for on the Japan side, like the Japan readership, they're more likely to tolerate a complex series that's more of a slow burn than a seinen reader, which is the opposite of typically what we think of. We think of kids having really short-term memories, they're not easily entertained, they have short attention spans. But honestly, it's the seinen readers that tend to act more like that because they have money, they're adults, right? A seinen audience is like 17 and up, 18 and up, whatever. Maybe 15 and up, depending on how you want to look at it, but they're an older readership base. They have money, they don't have necessarily a lot of time because they're in school, they're in college, or in university, they've got jobs, or maybe all of those things. So they don't have a lot of time, and so they're going to be far more picky about what they read, right? A shonen reader doesn't have money necessarily, like a lot of disposable income because they're literally a child. Usually, we're talking about the primary demographic. They're the primary group of shonen readers are children. And so they're going to take whatever they have access to read, and they're going to read all of it, most likely. They're going to try to get their money's worth, if you will. They're less of a casual reader and more of a, I'm going to read everything in this magazine because I want to get my money's worth. Whereas a seinen reader typically only reads what they prefer to read. like maybe they have one story in the magazine that they like. They will get the magazine for that one story. Or they may only buy the tankobon of just that one. Whereas, you know, a shonen, you know, maybe they don't buy tankobons as much. But they're more willing to try a more variety of things. Because they haven't had enough time to decide what they really like. Now, in the West, it's different because, not to get, like, right, left, feminine, men, women, readers, whatever, most of the stuff that gets translated into other languages, like, that aren't Japanese, are shonen and seinen, are, like, the two most common ones, right? And so, shoujo and josei don't have as much stuff that's translated into languages that are not Japanese. Right? It's not that you're cooked. You're not cooked at all. You're at a different stage of your growth than maybe someone like me. I've been drawing for 17 years. I've been trying to make manga for 8 or 9 years now, and I've made a whole bunch of one-shots. I've done like 1,100 pages of manga at this point, and it's been about 8 years. And so I've already been down that road, and I've already made those mistakes. That you haven't made yet, it sounds like. You know, or, you know, I'm at a different point in my journey to becoming a mangaka. And so it's not that you're cooked. Maybe for this particular contest, maybe, but as they said in the rules, you're allowed to submit sketches. So, shoot your shot. Or you can start something now and just be like, well, I would really like to submit this next year. Maybe we'll have an open theme next year. I'm pretty sure the Kyoto contest is usually an open theme. And so start it now. You'll have a whole year to get it done. And if it doesn't work for the Kyoto contest, I'm sure there's going to be a contest of the literally dozens of other contests that you could submit it to. You might as well start now. You know, you don't necessarily have to get it. You don't have to make a manga just to submit it to a contest. You can also make something just to make something. I have a silly little yonkoma that I made of Aros. And a plant that Aros is my main character from God's Bane. Where he gets this plant. And it like destroys his garden. It's literally 2 pages. Like, and I wanted to make a better version of it, but I never did. So, like, I've got this cute little plant. Look how beautiful it is. He's all proud of himself. He sets it in his garden. And then the sun sets. And the plant is like, oh yeah. And then he comes to his greenhouse the next day. No! It's literally, 8 panels? It's 7 panels. It's 7 panels. It's just for fun. And I don't even have to finish it to get the practice of like creating a two-page manga. I don't even have to now. If I want to finish it, I can, and I do plan on finishing this. Because I'd really love to include stuff like this in the printed tankobons as well. Like when I eventually get to printing God's Bane, I'd really love to have silly, goofy little stuff like this in the back as well, like how Hiromu Arakawa does. Think about it like this: what do you have to lose by submitting what you already have? Exactly what I was thinking. Thank you, Steven. Exactly. You have nothing to lose. And if you think, oh no, I'm going to embarrass myself, embarrass yourself anyway. Do it. You should have heard the story I was telling earlier in the stream where I embarrassed myself in front of Hisashi Sasaki, the Bakuman guy. I embarrassed myself in front of him by admitting that I did not have the correct portfolio material. And I was like, hey, I don't have the right stuff, but will you and the other viz editor take a look at it? Because it still has all the stuff that I need. It's just, one, it's not completed. It's still a work in progress, but it's here. Do you want to look at it anyway? And they're like, yeah, because you have all the stuff that you need. You have character artwork, you have samples pages, you've got some background art. We'll look at it anyway. Cool. That was how I got into the Viz One-Shot program. By making an absolute fool of myself. So, sometimes, cool things can happen if you just take the risk. I'm not saying it will happen, but that stuff really does happen to people. You know, and if you have something that's too massive of a scale, that's okay. My editor, Hisashi-san, I actually have this problem myself where the one-shot that I'm working on right now, it's called Briar Ghost. Basically, I am, how to phrase this? I'm worried, I'm focused too much on making the manga short to the point that it's actively hurting the quality of the manga. And so he told me to focus on making it good first, then make it short. If you can make it good first, then you can shorten it and condense it and refine it and take out only what you don't need, but you have to make it good first. And so he basically told me that this next time around, don't worry about the length. If it's 60 pages, it ends up being 60 pages. If it's 20 pages, it's 20 pages. Just make it good, and then go through it a second, like make your storyboard naturally, let it evolve naturally, and then cut it down. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't exactly what they wanted, but that's what they needed, and it was good enough for them. And it was good enough. My half-baked portfolio was good enough to have Hisashi-san say, hey, I want to work with you. I want to be your editor. And I was like, that's cool. I had no idea that's what you were looking for, but let me in. And the guy shaking the bars, let me in. So, sometimes stuff just happens. And, you know, you get lucky, or, you know, stuff just works out in your favor, so, yeah, stuff happens. Because, yeah, I basically went to that portfolio review with Viz Media. Like, my intention was to just get a cool experience that I could write about in my blog on Global Comics. Which is hilarious, because I actually never ended up writing that blog. I never wrote about it. But, like, that was my intention. And then, I ended up, oh, hang on, let me put this in the, sorry, I gotta send this to the mangaka, because they're not gonna be able to see it. You know what, I'll just wait, because it's the weekend, so I'll send it tomorrow, because it's Sunday over in Japan, and so they're not online anyway. I'll just wait. Save. I'll send it to Chris, though. The writer, I'll send it off to him. Close that. What else can I work on today? I'll work on this cover. I'll work on this today.
the color.
Will you ever do a video about gathering material for inspiration? Do you mean like mood boards and stuff? Whoops. Well, it did not like that. Club Studio did not like it that I did that. Club Studio's like, yo, what the fuck? There we go. I love how I now I get to play the what layer is this game. It's my own damn fault. Like how Kubo looks at fashion magazines for his character designs and other things like that. I mean, yeah, I mean, I could do something like that. The thing is, though, is, I'm inspired by a lot of things. You know, a lot of what I'm inspired by is, like, South Asian culture, and part of that is because of, like, my own culture. I don't really have one that I can pull from. And I know that sounds weird to say. You know, like, so my family's, like, my mom's side of the family is Amish, right? And so, like horse and buggy Amish. Like, that's my mom's side of the family. And they don't really even like you taking photos of them or videos of them. It just the way that their culture is, it's not a thing that they really appreciate. And so I don't really want to make a manga about that either. Like, I don't really want to do that. And then when it comes to my dad's side of the family, they're all like back in them their heels, like Virginia, like Hatfield, McCoy, Moonshiners, like they're that type of people. But they're also, I don't want to say they're bad people, because that's not fair to them. But, like, I don't know any of them. I don't really know any part of my family on that side. I've barely seen any of them. Like, I think I met my grandma twice on my dad's side. And my grandmother was very abusive to my father. And so he kept us away from her. You know, like, I know a little bit about Appalachia and all that stuff. But it's not something I grew up around. And so I don't know much about it. With Amish culture, I know bits and pieces of it because I grew up around it, but I don't feel comfortable making a manga about Amish stuff. I just don't feel comfortable about it. Plus, it's somewhat traumatic for me because of how it affected how some of my family members have talked to me and addressed me, like religious trauma and stuff. I just don't feel comfortable talking about it. And so really the only things that I feel comfortable writing about when it comes to my own personal experiences and my own life and stuff, as far as like how, like, culture, if you will, is like, I love ghost stories and I love supernatural stories. Like, I grew up in one of the most haunted places in Ohio. And so I heard a lot about ghost stories and stuff, and that's why I'm writing Briar Ghosts, is because you know, cryptid American folklore culture is something that I did grow up with. And it's something that I really enjoy. But outside of that, I have nothing else to pull from. What am I gonna write about? What am I gonna write about? The fact that I have, like, religious trauma? No one wants to read about that stuff in manga. No one wants to read about that. What am I gonna write about? The winter that, you know, I had to rely on my high school for food? Because we didn't have anything at home? And we had no heat or hot water at home? And I was literally taking showers with a tea maker? Yeah, that'll make a great manga. What the fuck am I gonna pull from? There's nothing to pull from. Maybe band? I mean, I was a massive band nerd. I played like 7 different instruments in high school. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to draw all that stuff. Are you kidding me? No. No. Yeah. But anyway, my point is that I don't really feel like there's a lot of stuff about, like, my life and culture that I want to write about. And so for me, a lot of my inspiration has come from outside of the United States and, you know, the world that, you know, I find so fascinating and beautiful, mostly from like an environmental perspective. And when I was coming up with Godsbane, here, I might as well just show you guys. Instead of just talk at you. I don't know if it's on the hard drive or if it's on my computer. I'm gonna have to check. Hey. So this was the first version that I made of this, but I'm looking for my character concept book. Here it is, here it is. I found it. Okay, let me do this instead. I don't mind talking a little bit about. I mean, I'll make a formal video about this because I probably should, but just open this. So this was what I made for my senior thesis. It's more or less sort of like a concept art-esque book for the very first version of Godsbane that I ever made. It was my Ringling thesis. No, I'm the sort of, no, I've been through a way enough therapy that I'm okay talking about it. And this is stuff that I generally haven't shared with a lot of people just because I don't want to bring down the mood for anyone else. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's a lot of trauma in my history. And it's something that a lot of people don't like talking about because it makes them uncomfortable, which is fair. Absolutely fair and reasonable. I'm okay talking about it. I don't give a shit. You know, so when I started drawing these guys, like, I had Auk, which was like this, like, fox-ish creature. That's what he was supposed to be anyway. And then I had this, like, cute little bird named Coco. Which he originally started as a kiwi, but he ended up turning into something called a rail, which is like a small flightless bird. And a lot of the inspiration that I took was from, like, jungles and stuff. When I was in, I want to say between my sophomore and junior year of high school, I was volunteering at the Columbus Zoo Aquarium. I actually did that starting in middle school all the way through, like, my sophomore year of college. Or sophomore year of high school. I volunteered at the Columbus Zoo Aquarium. And I was in, like, 2 different departments. I mostly did show department. But I also did, like kids education, and so, like, I would hold the snakes, and I'd be walking around the zoo, and I'd be talking in front of small groups of kids, teaching them about black rat snakes, or, you know, I'd be at a little station, and I'd be teaching people about eucalyptus and citrus and the smells and stuff, or I'd be walking around, you know, giving people facts about wolves, or moose, or bears, or whatever. Like, that's just what I did. It was really fun. And as a reward for 5 years of volunteering at the zoo, they took us to Costa Rica for like a 2 to 3 week trip. And it was awesome. It was amazing. It was like 19 days or something. It was great. And so a lot of my inspiration comes from when I got to go to Costa Rica and get to experience like the jungle for the first time. And I got to see volcanoes, and I got to see a real like a wild fer-de-lance, which is the second most venomous snake in the world. It was a real one, just laying in the middle of the path, and it was really cool and utterly terrifying at the same time. You know, I got to see like iguanas and sloths, and I got to see like I think we saw river otters as well. I got to see all kinds of really cool stuff. And so nature in general has just always really inspired me a lot. And so I want to show that love in my work. And so this was sort of like the sketches and concepts for when I was working on this first version of the book. And you know, I really love birds. I love drawing wings and stuff. Like I said, I like to approach my drawing, whether I'm drawing animals or environments, from like a biologist perspective. Like I want to be able to draw them accurately, depending on the situation, right? Like there are times where you don't want to have to draw every single thing correctly, but like that's how I think about my characters. I think about, okay, like how does this character work? And that's how I see my magic system as well in the manga that I make. Is it's like, okay, what's the science of how this magic works? So I guess I have more of like, what do they call it? Like a hard magic system where there's like rules and science to it. You know, whatever, that type of stuff. But a lot of my designs were, like, my characters are inspired by, like Southeast Asia. And the reason is because I want to get to these two characters. Coco was originally designed as a kiwi, and Auk was originally designed as a fox. Where do those two creatures live next to each other? Southeast Asia! That's why I picked it. It's not because I have this fetish for Asian culture. It's because that's where those creatures biologically make the most sense. That's why I picked it. That's the only reason. And I just ran with it. You know, he was originally based on a kiwi, but then I changed it to be more of a rail, which have shorter beaks. But and this art here is 11 years old. I did this 11 years ago. And same thing with Auk. He was originally kind of inspired by Maine wolves, but I changed it to what's called a dhole. It's spelled like this. And then a rail, which is, oh, I spelled rail wrong. Sorry. So, they were originally a kiwi and a maned wolf, and now it's a dhole and a rail. And like, you know, Indonesia, like the northern tip of Australia, like throughout the areas where these specific creatures could potentially interact with each other. And so that's why I picked sort of like that location. Like if Godsbane was real, I can show you where the island would be. I don't care if you guys see where I am. Everyone knows where I live. I don't care. Like, if Godsbane were real, it would be, the island would be around here. In this area of the world. And so, you know, when I was, you know, like I said, rails and dholes, they all kind of live in this rough area of the world. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, that would make a lot of sense where I could, like, have the island to be roughly here. Because from a biological and climate and, like, how the continents have shifted and stuff, it would make perfect sense if the island would be roughly in this area, which is what, like, the Indian Ocean-ish space. It makes perfect sense. So that's what I did. And then after that, I was like, okay, like, what does the climate look like? What does the weather system look like? What are the temperatures like? How do the seasons work? All of that research I've done over the last 17 years, where I've, like, and that's why my manga has taken me so long to make. That, and, you know, I had 6 years of college, 7 years technically, 7 years of college. No, it was 6? Yeah, it was 6. It was 3 and 3. So it was 6 years of college. And then after that, you know, I had to survive. You know, my grandma was in the hospital for a while, and so I had to go to help take care of her. You know, and then I ended up moving to South Dakota for a little while, and I had to completely start over financially. And then I had an unpaid internship in Los Angeles, which took my entire life savings of $9,000 and whittled it down all the way to $200. I lost my entire life savings on that internship, you know, and that was when I started making manga. Was that internship in Los Angeles? Was when I was like, hey, I want to make manga, not comics anymore. So I didn't even start making manga until like 2018. Before that, it was like, well, I kind of want to. Well, I started with animation. I have an animation degree, so that was where I started first. I got a 2-year animation degree, and then I switched into illustration. Went to fancy pantsy art school. You know, so like I went to art school in Florida, which is like Sarasota, just south of Tampa. I've lived everywhere in the United States. I've lived everywhere. You know, so I've lived all kinds of places. But yeah, so like I don't know. Like this area of the world inspires a lot of like what I do as far as like climate and stuff. But as far as like houses and people, like Vietnam and Thailand are probably the two countries I take. Oh, and the Philippines. I take a lot of inspiration from the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam for like the culture as far as like the how people look, how the houses look. But I don't pick any one thing. You know, like the housing design is actually like the way the houses are built are also based on a place in Africa, because I was like, wow, that looks really, really practical for, and like they're a group of people that live right here on the coast in Mozambique, and it's so cool. I'm like, wow, that makes perfect sense for the specific type of village that I'm looking at, because the island of Noor and stuff, which is the name of the island in my manga, like there are people that live on the coast, there are people that don't live on the coast. There are people that live along rivers. There's a group that lives in the swamp. And so I'm like, okay, let me look at people from around the world. How do they solve the problem of living in swamps? Okay, I like that part. I like that part. I like that part. Now put it all together. That's kind of what I do. Is I don't take from just one place. I try to look at how different groups of people, how different people all over the world that have a similar situation, how do they solve it? How do they solve the problems of living in a swamp? So in a swamp, what problems do you have? You have rising tides, you have drier tides, you have like scum and muck and algae overgrowth everywhere, you have like wet surfaces and slippery stuff. Like how do you handle that? How do you handle the wood rot that's going to be everywhere? How do you handle living with smells in a swamp? I don't know if y'all have ever lived in a swamp before. I have. Like how does life work in a place like that? Look it up. And then, you know, see how different cultures solve it, and see, okay, based on what I know of the culture that I'm building and how they approach life and how they approach, you know, different aspects of their culture, they would most likely pick something like this, or they'd most likely pick something like this, or let me make up something completely different and completely random on my own. That's how I write. That's how I draw. That's how I do character design. That's how I do culture design. You know, that, you know, the lore that I have is actually based on other cultures' lore in the area. So I looked at, you know, Polynesian lore, I looked at Javan lore, I looked at Malaysian lore, I looked at Thai lore, I looked at Australian lore, because most likely, realistically, in a real world, the culture of the island would have interacted with people from all over that region of the world. And they would have swapped stories, which is what happens. A lot of the lore is very similar to each other because they're the same people. They were originally all the same people, and they just sort of heard different stories from each other, or they, you know, different cultures take from each other all the time. I mean, did you know that Buddha, Ra, and Jesus all have the, not Buddha, Ra, Jesus, like Ra from Egypt, Jesus, and another like big mythological mythological figure all have the same birthday? They were all born roughly the same time. There was 3 kings or 3 people bringing them gifts and stuff. And, like, they all have very similar mythology. Suspicious! And it just so happens, guess what? All of those people live roughly in the same part of the world. It almost makes you think they were talking to each other. You know what I mean? So I kind of did the same thing. It's like, okay, these cultures would have ended up talking to each other, so they've probably influenced each other, realistically speaking. So, but that, I mean, that's like just like the tip of the iceberg of all of the stuff that I've thought about over the years. I could literally go on that topic forever. It's very boring. Honestly, it's very boring. I could rant about it for hours. It's not very interesting, sorry. But yeah, does that make sense? Not me ranting for 20 minutes and going, does that make sense? This is why I've not talked about it with a lot of people. It's because there's just so much there to talk about. I would rather be able to show video and context and stuff. Like, and that's the problem that I have is I would never just clip that and post it as its own video. Because I'd want to have like a formal presentation, I'd want to have like a beautiful video to go along with it and like good images and stuff. Like, yeah, I need an actual video to go alongside that because I don't want to be taken out of context. And part of the fear that I have is I'm a white person, okay? I am white as fuck. Like, when I did my DNA test, I'm like 98% European. Like, northern white European. You know, so like, part of the fear that I have as like a writer is that people will go, oh, well, you're not allowed to write about that. You know, you're not allowed to do that. That's appropriation of someone else's culture. And so there's a lot of stuff that I don't talk about, you know, because I'm afraid of, like, looking like I'm trying to do that, that's not what I'm trying to do. You know, I have really deep-seated fear about that. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Pull from my Amish culture? What do you want me to do? There's nothing to pull from. There's literally nothing there to pull from. Like, what do you want me to do? Yeah, I'm also very fair. In that way. You know, and I want to be respectful and stuff, and so, like, I'll ask my friends who are from that region of the world, hey, like, does this look okay? Does this look good? Like, you know, is this, like, sensitive? Like, culturally sensitive? You know, especially as a white person, I have to be cognizant of those things. You know, so, like, I have sensitivity readers, I think it's the technical term for them. You know, like, I have folks that, you know, are helping me with that kind of stuff, too. I haven't recently just because I'm still editing the script and so I need to send it to them and have them look it over. But yeah, like it's hard for me to share things sometimes because I don't want things to be taken out of context. You know? Because I want to be respectful, but at the same time, I don't want to be limited in what I write to only what I know. I mean, fuck, we have a mangaka who wrote about Vikings! And everyone loved it! You know, because it was done well and it was done respectfully. You know, so like, I can write about anything as long as I'm, you know, respectful about it.
There's actually quite a few manga about Vikings. Not just one. I just realized that that should not be there. Yeah, screw that. Sorry, I just went quiet for a minute. Just got really focused. But I get it. But I will say that you explaining how you came up with some of those ideas is very well formed, thinking about it from an academic standpoint. Yeah, exactly. An academic standpoint, I think is the best way to describe it. Thank you. I was like, how do I phrase this? I don't know what words to use for this. But yeah, like I try to be in like academically informed on things, but I also try to make sure that the sources I'm using for that academic are actually accurate and not just the white man's explanation of things. If that makes sense, like, because there's a lot of information that is like rooted in racism or just like cultural ignorance. And so it's always one of those things where any information that you get, you have to like verify and triple check and quadruple check and run it all through sensitivity folks and just make sure that, hey, like, is this information actually accurate? Or is this just stuff that white men have said about you guys? You know what I mean? Like, because there's a lot of information out there that's just not accurate. Or maybe it's biased. You know, so like, you always gotta double check that stuff. Which I think a lot of, it's not that people don't want to do it. It just adds extra time, and a lot of people are understandably, they're like excited to get to work on their stuff. And all of that extra research slows that down, or, you know, maybe they don't want to be wrong. Or, you know, for whatever. It could be any number of excuses. And I don't want to be that person that makes excuses for stuff like that. I want to say, no, I did my research, I did the best that I can. If I'm wrong, correct me, and I'll fix it. You know, if my information is wrong, please tell me. You know? Like, and be respectful about telling me. Don't assume that I didn't try to do my research. You know, sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes people mess up. Or the sources that they got seemed good at that time, and now we know that they're not good. You know what I mean? Sometimes you find out after the fact. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, primary sources, secondary sources. Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things that, like, as a writer, you have to be cognizant about. And it's your responsibility as the writer to be culturally aware and culturally sensitive as you're making stories. And that's one of the things that upsets me the most, like, going back to the Amish thing. Like, my family's Amish. I get so many people asking me, like, is there an Amish mafia? No, there isn't. There's no such thing as an Amish mafia. So stupid. And then there's, like, parody songs, like Big Al, for example. There's his song Amish Paradise, which I hate. I hate that song so much. Like, okay, it's parody, it's whatever, but you're literally making fun of people for choosing something that, you know, like, their religion or whatever. Like, I don't know, it just, the song sits wrong with me. And it's not my own culture. It's like, I shouldn't be defending it, but at the same time, it's like, that's not how Amish people are. You're wrong. Like, like, oh man, there's just stuff that bothers me about things. And I have feelings. I don't want my family to be represented wrong, you know what I mean? So, like, in some way, I completely can relate to being misunderstood. People just not, like, getting things wrong because it's exotic to them. Like, the idea of living without electricity is so exotic to so many people today. And they look at things like, you know, like, escaping Amish or whatever it is, like that thing where they help, like, Amish kids escape and stuff, you know? And, like, yeah, that's a real thing. There are people that are like that, absolutely, because for girls especially, it can be really hard to leave. And a lot of women, for example, like, young women, they're not able to go out and explore and do things like the young men are. And so, their Rumspringa, which is the year that they get to, like, go explore and go explore the English world, which is the modern world, they call it English. Like, women don't typically get as much freedom as the boys do. Surprise! Shocker! You know, and most of the time for Rumspringa, they don't leave the community. They stay within the community. They just... The Amish folk, the elders, are more willing to, you know, overlook things. Because, oh, they're just Rumspringa. You know, so, like, stuff like that. So, like, I get it. I can understand the frustration of being misrepresented. And I don't want to do that to other people. So. And I mean, I didn't grow up Amish, but my grandfather did. A lot of my cousins did. You know, and I hate people gawking at them like they're a science attraction. It's insulting. It's like, those are people too. So, even if they're Christian, they're still people. Even if they're people that choose to live without electricity, they're still people. You know, like, they're human beings. Treat them as such. So, I can fathom why people would be upset over, like, their cultures being misrepresented. Because, and I don't identify as Amish. Amish is a lifestyle. It's not a, it's not, I don't want to say it's not a culture. It's more of a counterculture than a culture. But I hate when it's misrepresented, because a lot of my cousins are Amish, or they're Mennonites now. Maybe they were Amish at one point, but now they're Mennonites. I don't want them misrepresented. Or maybe my cousins that still are, that chose to stay within the community, I don't want them misrepresented as, like, these, like, crazy zealots who, you know, are choosing to live in an inconvenient way because of their love of God or whatever. I grew up in the poorest, least educated state in the US, Mississippi. If someone finds out before actually getting to know me... Yeah. See, my family's military, and so, like, ironically, that's what I mean, is, like, my dad's side is, like, whole, like, military out the wazoo. And then, like, my mom's side of the family is Amish. And, you know, if anyone knows anything about the Amish, they don't believe in war, in the sense that, like, even when, like, Amish folk got drafted, like, they were like, well, we're not gonna fight. And so what they would do is when Amish folk would get drafted, they would send them to non-combat zones. That's what happened to my grandfather. He got drafted and was sent to a non-combat zone. Like, even they aren't safe from that. So... yeah, a lot of people assume that my Amish relatives are stupid. They're like, why would you live like that? Why would you do that to yourself? Like, they don't know what they're missing. Or they assume that, like, the women are really gross and they're smelly. They assume that, you know, the Amish don't have any dental hygiene. Or that, like, the women are really nasty and they don't shave. You know, or they're really dumb because most Amish folk, they don't go to school for very long. In fact, a lot of them, in their younger years, they learn their version of Dutch before they learn English. And so, like, a lot of the kids, they can't speak English. And so, like, they're out and about and they'll see Amish folk and they're like, ooh, let me take all these pictures, let me take all these pictures, let me take all these pictures. And it's like, yo, like, that's, depending on the community, like, that's really not okay. You know, some communities, you know, they're like whatever about it now, but some of them really don't like that. You know, and that's because of their feelings towards technology and like their interpretation of the Bible and stuff. You know, it's really, really rude to take honestly, it's considered really, really rude to take a picture of an Amish folk without their permission. And that's just because of like their sensitivity to like having their photo taken, because it like steals part of your soul. You know, it, like captures a piece of it. So like they have reasons for things, but most people don't know that. They don't bother learning about that. They just go, ha ha, funny man with like horse and buggy. So I don't know if maybe that's changed now, but yeah, my grandpa got drafted. Like, yeah, Vietnam era got drafted. Yeah, back then, like, they didn't even know. Like, they, like, yeah, people didn't know, so, like, you know, it's you know, it's kind of whatever, people didn't know. Most people don't know those things. But also, they don't bother to ask. They don't bother to ask. You know. And there's a lot of people that are like, well, the Amish people are freeloaders. They don't pay taxes. I'm like, yeah, and they also don't utilize the benefits of, like ambulances or, not usually. Like, it has to be a real like, if an Amish person calls a fire engine or they call, like, an ambulance, like, it's a crazy emergency. I missed so much the stream is about. Well, I was doing, assistant work earlier and I already finished, so we're doing some Godsbane stuff now. Just me ranting about stuff. You know, the usual. I really should set up like a swatch system for myself on this picture. That way I can just consistently use the same stuff. Oh, yeah, let me do that. Oh, a chocolate chip cookie. I could kind of see that, to be honest. Oh, can I see these assistant stuff? Yeah, sure. Sorry, I got focused there. Open. I'll just open this. I can see the Chips Ahoy thing, though. I can totally see that. Worked on the very last 2 pages here. I worked on this one up here. I did mostly I just did toning today and then put in like the black fills. And then here I added in all the toning for like the bars. Oh, I just realized I messed up on something. Fuck. I just realized I made some mistakes. I gotta go clean those up. Is it opening? Yeah, I got locked in there for a little bit. Why are you not opening? Clip, please. Thank you. I do occasionally lock in. Very occasionally. Yeah, I'm sure mangaka might have pointed it out to me. So yeah, so this was one of the pages that I worked on. Oh, hi, kitty.
You're very chatty all of a sudden this morning.
What's going on, sis? So yeah, I worked on that one, and then I also worked on this one as well. So I did the tones on this one. So hi, sis. Sis or Sissy. Sissy is what her previous humans named her. I usually call her sis or sister. She's a deluded Torby, what they call a Torby, which is a tabby torty mix in terms of her coat. She's the other cat that you may occasionally hear her. She's much more trilly. She's more like she's very trilly in her talking, whereas Miso's more of a squeak. So Sis doesn't really like to come up here on the table that much, but she will constantly beg for my attention. Otherwise, that's what she's doing right now. She like puts her head up on my lap, and she's like, hey, like Stewie, like hey, 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 hey. I'm trying to decide if I want to keep these as red or if I want to do blue. Because technically the flowers would be blue. Oh, but the red looks so much better. The red looks way better. ¿Por qué no los dos? This is why I don't color things. Dude, I want to draw so bad, but I'm sick. Well, you need to rest. If you won't be able to do any drawing at all if you don't get any rest. Yeah, see, I tried mixing them to see if I could, maybe have both of them, but, maybe not. See, I do like the blue, but the problem is now there's no red. There's nothing to balance out the red of his eye. And so that's the problem that I'm kind of sitting here with, is it's like, how do I balance this? The other thing that I thought about is, what if the water was, like, what if it was red? Like, all red water? That could be a really striking thing. Something that's really close. That's really close. Something like this is really close. I like how it's very limited in the red, but I feel like that could be, we're on to something here. Not quite, but we're on to something here. We're on to something. I like that. Yeah, I like how bright it is. We're close. There's something there that I like. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to play with the layers a little bit, which is going to be a pain in my ass, but this is why I don't color things, guys. It's because it's stressful! See, I don't like how it's taking this, the light and it's making it red. Ooh. F you, Club Studio. No, the font in the lower left, I think, is on a blending mode or something. I don't know what half of these layers do, like these effects do. I'm just throwing shots in the dark and seeing what sticks. Ooh, I like how that's like a more of a muted color. That's kind of nice too. Maybe muted would work better then. Something more muted, maybe. Aw, well, thank you. Yeah, let's see, that's set to multiply. Yeah, that's why. It's because it's just kind of... I guess I could make it white. And then we'll make the stroke. Maybe like this color. Maybe a little darker. Something like that. Maybe with a little bit of a green. Let's throw some purple down. I bet some purple or green could get us some really cool color combos here. And this is kind of the point where I'm just kind of experimenting, just throwing stuff down and just seeing what happens. I have no idea what's gonna happen. I'm just experimenting with stuff. I have no idea what it's gonna do. Leroy Jenkins! Usually I'll put it on like a 50% opacity just to get a rough idea. Ooh. See, that livened some of it up a lot. Yeah, see, look at that. It feels more lively. Like, it feels brighter, warmer almost.
How did you learn light and shadows and to use hatching to render them? Mostly just drawing from life, but painting actually. I hate to admit that because I hate painting. But I went to art school, and one of the things that I ended up having to do was I was forced to use oil paints, by my painting teacher. And what I ended up learning from it was basic color theory, sort of like how does light interact, but also by grabbing photos and color picking things. So, for example, let me grab a for example, images. This is a really good example. Oopsies. I mean, color. So color picking is a really great way to learn about light and color. So for example, like, let me actually adjust it just a little bit. Edit canvas size. Give it a second. It's thinking about it. There we go. So if you were to look at these rocks, like, what color do you think these rocks actually are? Like if we were to color sample it, what color do you think these rocks would be? Kind of purpley almost. I would wager kind of purple. Yep, purple. There we go. Rocks are purple. Those are purple rocks. Why are they purple? Because these rocks originally are, if we get some of the ones that are in the lights, they're sort of this like ashy yellow, brown, orange color. Yeah, see, this is more of an orange. Which brown is orange. Brown is orange. And then it gets kind of almost a little bit more yellowy. And so, but the reason why it turns purple is because the shadows are cool. And so as the shadows, as things fall into shadow, the light that you see from them is cooler, right? They're cooler shadows. And you can have warm shadows. Nope, dark magenta would be more of like here. Now some of these might be closer to a dark magenta, like some of the ones down in here. Yeah, see, this one's getting more towards like a darker purple. But you know, one thing that's really fun is you just take it, just drag it around. Oh, there we go. There's some magenta in here. Like in this area up here, there's some magenta. So you weren't entirely wrong. But in this area, let's see, there's some more magenta, but more like a dark muted magenta. Same thing in here, kind of purplish. But as we get towards over here, it's even lighter. Like, it's almost exclusively blue. There's almost no purple in here at all. That's because it's further out. But also, if you were to take this shadow, so like, you know, the rock out here, like let's take this. Like, look how light this is. You know, but it's also here. Some of it's up here. Some is really bright up here. Light's super bright. But also, what color is the water? What color is the water? Water is clear, right? So why does it look like this? Why does it look like this color? You know, we've got shadows. And this water is in sunlight. What it looks like for the most part. You know, the water is ranging all the way from this color to this color to this color. Come on. You know, that's super muted. That's like 50%, right? That's not very bright at all. But then we have some seaweed under here, or something underneath the water that's affecting that brightness. Look how dark that is. It's also very muted. And so there's not a lot of colors on here. They're gonna be super light. This here also is like you can see it kind of filtering the light from here. But also some of the light we're seeing is from the sky, and then some of the light we're seeing, like especially in this area right here, is from the rocks.
You can see how it's a lot more green. It's almost green water. There's even some actual gray in here from the rock. Why is it gray? These rocks are orange color. Yeah, the trees bounce light, but also the rocks bounce light too. And so when you have the sort of like bluish default, you have orange bouncing onto it. Orange and blue are opposites on the color wheel. And so it sort of neutralizes that color. But also, as things are further away from you, the color of them, like the actual particles in the air that cause us to see the color, they dissipate. And so it's lighter. So if you look at mountains, are another really good example. Like if you look at like photos of mountains, where's the... Come on, please. So like if you look at the Rocky Mountains, for example, this is where I'm from this like area of the world. Like if you look at something like this, you know, we know that these rocks are not blue, but this is like a turquoise color. Copy image. This is almost like a turquoise color. Watch. Yeah, see, it's like in this greenish color. Yeah, see, kind of like that. And then this is more of like a super muted green, gray. Yeah, so it's in here. All of the, but we know that these trees are not this color. These trees are more like here's the real color of the trees. Even this is really light. These are actually very muted as well. So see how light this is? How like not zero this is? 0 or 100, 0. Look how muted all of these are. Like, almost nothing really comes... This is probably one of the closest to that, let me find it again, this area. It's like some of the closest that we're gonna get to this edge. You know, even then. And then the water, even so, is also really muted as well. And so, a lot of people, when they draw backgrounds, they just think of, what is the actual color of this thing? And it's like, yes, you can start there, but you're not gonna stay there. Right? And then with water, I mean, water isn't never almost a perfect reflection. It's usually like a softened Gaussian blur almost. But also depends on the type of water. Is it moving water? Is it still water? It's still water in the sense of like there's no current whatsoever, like a pool that's been sitting for too long, you know, and it's full of bacteria? Or is it a lake? You know, is it part of a river? Is it a reservoir? Like Horsetooth Reservoir, which is where near I'm from. But, you know, so like, meh. And look at this tree! This tree is literally growing out of the rock. What a badass tree. You know, and looking at this background here, like take a look at this tree. This tree, this one right here is literally just like me. Like it's like little sticks. This one right here, these two. Look at this one. It's like, you know, this one right here is like me, and then nothing, and then me. It's like it's just a silly, goofy little tree. Yeah. Is this how you learn? It's one of the ways that I learned, because when I was in art school, I had to go paint things. Like I had to go paint from real life. Let me see if I can find it on my DeviantArt. All my stuff is hidden, so I have to go into like my legacy stash. Because I believe I still have some of my paintings up here. I might have to go back a while, sorry. That would be 2014, probably. Oh, it'd be earlier than that. I'm trying to find like my traditional painting where like I had to actually do this by hand with like oils and stuff. Give me a minute. I gotta go find it. And I was in art school like 10 years ago. Yeah. And I think part of it is just being willing to experiment and just draw things and, you know, draw from real life though. If you can draw from life, that's fantastic. If you have to draw from photos, that's okay too. But like here's an example of kind of one of the things I would do is I would like go out like IRL and I would draw rocks and I would take like my markers with me and I would just like what are the colors of the rocks? It's like I actually went out to the rocks and I drew the rocks with like the textures and everything. And this is at low tide, so I could actually like get to the rocks and stuff. And so I just happened to I lived in Sarasota, Florida, and so we had access to beach and water and stuff. But let me find like actual oil paintings and stuff. Let me see here. I don't know if I actually posted them. I hope I did. I sure hope I did. Here's some like digital studies that I did, which are kind of the same concept. This is from a photo of mine, and it was just sort of like digital painting, same concept, but just digital. This is Frisco. I'm from Colorado, and so Frisco Lake, and then, you know, this is during the summertime, obviously, so there's not a lot of snow. But I just used like random textured brushes and stuff just to try to convey the texture of the things. And if you know the Garden of the Gods, there's like this balance rock, and so I was just experimenting with texture and shape and color theory and how do shadows play into things and blah 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 blah. And so stuff like this is how I studied, just doing these sort of like, I don't know. They're studies. That's what they're for. Is they're just studies. Sort of experimenting with things. I'm trying to find like my traditional paintings. I might not have posted them. Might have to go into my legacy drive on my hard drive to find them. I'm trying to remember like when I did those paintings. I mean, here's one that's kind of like a glass, you know, like literally just painted with oil paintings, or oil paints. I don't like oil paints at all. Honestly, I really hated using the oil paints. I'm trying to remember what semester it was where I started my oil painting classes. I'm trying to remember, sorry. It was a long time ago. Oh, here's like pastels that we also had to use in another class where, you know, I don't like using pastels. I don't like the texture. But you get the idea of like having these things and trying to figure out like where's the light, where's the shadow, what color is the light, what color is the shadow, what color is everything around it. Let me see if I can go into my hard drive and find it. See if I can find my oil paintings. Honestly, I really didn't like my my time at art school. I mean, it was helpful, absolutely, but I didn't really enjoy it. Let's see. Yes, here we go. So these are like these were Black Gesso method, for example. And this was just me studying like what's warm and what's cool, and so I wasn't trying to paint the actual color necessarily. It was like what's warm and what's cool, and like does that make sense, you know? And this was part of a garage, like a parking garage, and so this was like the road that like went around it up in a spiral was basically what this was. And then this is Sarasota Bay. There was like a bunch of trees and stuff, so I didn't paint that. I was just focused on the buildings, and then I did like a little bit of the water. But I was just like, okay, what's warm and what's cool? And that's like what the point of this study was. Is it wasn't trying to be accurate with the color, it was like, what's the actual temperature? You know, if I were to take color out of it, what would the temperature be? Stuff like that is kind of what I did when I was like studying things. So like, for example, to use this as like an example of me doing that, so like if I were to paint this, for example, like, if I were to put this here, I'll actually like show you how I would do that. So if I'm only looking at temperature, You know, I might have like a blue purple-ish for cool. And I could do this. More of a blue. And it doesn't have to, like, I'm not trying to make this perfect, right? Like, all I'm doing is just, all right, what's the temperature? What's causing the warmth? In this area, this area, like maybe a nice bright green. And what you'll find is that a lot of times you can use stuff like this to sort of help with your like your warmth, like your temperatures when you're doing your color, like art and stuff. Oopsies. But do you see what I'm trying to do? Is I'm just trying to figure out what's warm. Like, is it a purple? Is it a blue? I'm not being overly perfect. I mean, if I wanted to be perfect at this, I could just color sample everything and just keep the colors like the same every time. If I really wanted to be picky about it. And then over here we have a much darker color. And then here. This pervades like this whole area here. This is nice and warm. A lot of warm colors here. We've got some cold here. And it's not super cold. It's like medium cold. This is like my medium cold. Is this like lighter purple? We have lots of like medium cold over here. Kind of medium cold here. This is warm. This is like a green. This is also warm here. But it's not meant to be like super perfect. But it's just helping map out where do we think warm is or whatever. What time is it for me? It's almost 3 a.m. It's almost my bedtime. But then we have like lots of cold over here on the end. Like in this area. And we've got kind of like a nice block of warm. We got some kind of cold over here. And there's like a dark area of cold underneath it. And like here, it's kind of a little bit of warm. If you wanted to be really snazzy and save some time, you could just use a lasso. Which would also get the job done. That's all that matters, is that it gets the job done. There's a little bit along the shore where it's kind of medium-ish. But the idea is you're just mapping out what's warm and what's cold. That's literally all you're doing. There's a nice little spot of warm here with this little bush right here. And then behind it is some cold. And then we've got a nice little bit of cold here. This comes up. And it's kind of like this whole structure right here. It's got some cold behind it. We've got a little bit of like medium warm on top. And then here, there's a little bit of, it goes down and up. And there's a little bit of cold behind it. And this is kind of more of a meh. But again, yeah, just kind of roughly mapping it out. It doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about warmer cool things in color. I'm a beginner in color 3. That's okay. That's okay. That's how you learn, is by trying different things. So basically, like warm and cool is literally just where is it on the color scale, right? So like if we have like purple's a really good example. So purple can be warm or purple can be cool. So like here's like your most, I'm gonna get like your most basic purple. Purple can be made cool. Like bluer, like cooler in temperature, or it can be made warmer. Right? A warmer purple, a cooler purple. Same thing with green. Green's another really good example. The most basic-ish green. Here's green. You can make green warm so that it feels like it's in the sun. It's like a nice sunny green and it gives you warmy feelings. Or you can make it nice and cool, so it's more like water or in the shade. You know, kind of stuff like that. So all these different colors, every color can have warm and cool variants of it. And so the idea is you have to figure out, one, is it warm or cool? And two, what colors is it, like colors that it's next to can also influence that. Because I mean, when you look at these colors, they look pink, and it's not pink, it's orange. Why does it look pink? Because it's next to blues, and they're next to greens, and there's a weird thing called relative color, which is also a concept. But this is somewhere you can kind of start if you want to practice identifying, is it warm or is it cool? And what's great about having your original reference here is like, okay, you know, up here I identified this area as warm. Is it actually warm? As far as the red goes, no, it's actually not. It kind of is, but it's maybe more of in the middle because it's straying towards the pink. And so maybe it's a little bit more cooler than it is warm. If it was warmer, it would probably drift more towards an orange. So in that case, I was wrong. What about these blues up here? Are they warm? This blue is straying towards the green. So yeah, it's a bit of a warmer blue. Now this blue over here, that's definitely a cooler blue, because it's drifting towards that purple, right? So it's colder temperature-wise. And temperature is more like what does it appear to be, right? Like, is it, yeah. Like, and that's something that confuses people when it comes to doing backgrounds and stuff. Yeah. That's really confusing to them. And if you can understand how this works, you can do it in black and white. And that's the thing, is doing it in black and white and doing it in manga is completely different, because you have to take what you know of color theory and go, okay, I know it would look like this, but is that legible in black and white? Like, let's take this photo here and just put it in grayscale, because I'm gonna surprise you. That is infinitely harder to read. And then you have to take this and you have to make it look good in black and white. So let's just put it in monochrome to see how it looks. That, I mean, aside from how blurry it is, it's not very readable, right? I mean, you know, it's not very legible. And so, you know, ironically, I had to do this type of environment when I did Onami. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Ooh. Yeah, Onami. And so when I was doing this type of environment, you know, I had to figure out, okay, how am I going to simplify this? Because I didn't want to have too many tones. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to make one flat tone. It's going to be like 50-40%-ish. And it's either white, black, or it's 40% or 50%, whichever one I picked. I don't remember. It's either 50 or 40. Let me check. I don't remember which one I picked. 40. Okay, it's 40%. And so, so yeah, like I simplified everything down to one tone. Either it's this or it's that. It's that or it's white. Or it's black. Because if you add too many tones to something, it can make it hard to read. But then you look at artwork like Vagabond, and you're just like, holy shit. Let me show you guys some Vagabond stuff. Vagabond work is cool. What's the page I need for this? Like, look at this. It's gorgeous. This one. This is what I was looking for. Look at that. It's mostly one tone for throughout most of it. We've got like a dark gray that's maybe like a 50, like a 60-ish, 65 maybe. And then all the way over here, it's a little bit lighter. So there's two main tones in here, but there's also this beautiful sort of like, looks like water. It's gorgeous. And so, but understanding how the shapes are and the values and whatever, like, understanding how temperature works can help you with your lighting in terms of your lights and darks, because you're going to understand, okay, what do I need to highlight and what is okay to leave in shadow versus like what's warm and what's cool. You know, things that are cool tend to be the things you end up shadowing in manga or shading in manga. Anything that's warm, typically you might leave not shaded because you want that to be light. You want it to feel warm and bright, and so usually that would be left white. So understanding that can help you be a better artist when you're doing your tones. And that's why that stuff's important. So for example, with this, I'll throw this into grayscale just to make my points. Because I'll show you guys what I'm seeing when I'm trying to pick the color that I want. Because it's not just about the color that I want. It's about how does the, how do the colors that I pick affect the grayscale balance? And so these are the things that I'm thinking about too. So for example, with this is what it looks like in grayscale. But when I'm trying to pick my colors, for example, like with the red and the blue, this is what my brain is seeing. So I'm going to make this red, just for sake of argument. See how that got a lot darker? So the blue is lighter, and then the red is darker. And that looks better, contrast-wise. But blue is what I actually want. But if I make it if I make the blue too dark, then it's just going to look dark. It's not going to look like it's glowing, which is not what I want. I want it to look like it's glowing. And so if I make this blue, it looks like it's glowing, right? But also you have to balance the color out harmoniously. So like, you know, so like I have blue here. Where else do I have blue? I have blue here, and I have blue here, and I have blue here. I have red here. Where else am I going to have red? Here and here and here. Red in the text and in the logo. And I don't know what's happening here. That's kind of weird. But these tone stuff is too much. It takes practice. It's one of those things where you have to figure out how you want to approach it. And that's one of the cool things that I really love about like different mangaka is seeing how they use these tools in their own way. There's no right way or wrong way to utilize this stuff. It's just like, what do you like? Two things. What do you like, and what's readable? I mean, because, you know, you have stuff that looks cool, but it doesn't work well. Yeah, that looks cool, but it's kind of hard to see and kind of hard to understand. But in manga, you want to prioritize readability. Like, is it easy to read? Is it easy to look at? Over, is it cool? Because if your audience can't understand what they're looking at, it's defeating the purpose. Especially in something like manga. So, yeah. I hope that made sense a little bit. My color theory rant. Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, and honestly, just experiment. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to have to find the right answer now. You don't have to find the right answer. And even if you find an answer that you're happy with, you can change it later. There's no, there's no reason that you have to have, like, the perfect answer right away. Be willing to experiment and be willing to be wrong and be willing to just see what happens. Sometimes that's how you find really cool, really cool images. This is just, oh, well, that was an accident, and it looks really cool, and I decided to keep it, right? So just run with it sometimes. Sometimes just Leroy Jenkins it, and sometimes cool stuff happens after that. You know what I mean? Just have fun. I think that's the most important part, is to have fun. Have fun with it. Make sure it's something that you enjoy doing. Because making manga, especially with a publisher, is a very long process. And the last thing you want is to be miserable doing it. Oh, now I know what's happening over here. I really should head off to bed here soon. It's getting kind of late where I am. Let's do one layer at a time. I've got 2 layers here. What's going on? There's 2 grays. Oh. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Woo! Mahoney Arts, thank you for your subscription. Hello. I hope you find my rambles useful. Yeah, I'm it's okay. I'm gonna temporarily just use one, and then when I'm happy with it, then I'll set it to the correct number of them. So I just want to make sure I have because it's so annoying to have to do everything 3 times. So let's get it sorted out correctly first, and then I'll do all the duplication stuff. Oh, you know what? I have a better idea. Let me go back. Fill in. Oh. Hey, there we go. Now we're just using this layer. Nice. That way I don't have to edit all 3 of them at the same time. I can edit just the one. Oh, that's what layer that is. Wait, can you tell us someone subscribed on stream? I sure can. I get a notification. At least I'm supposed to anyway. I'm supposed to. Whoop. Love it when I mess that up. Love that for me. There's just like so much I have to fix. Oh my goodness. Right now, let's. Oh, not quite done. See if we can pretty soon turn off all the auxiliary layers. Oh, I'd gotten better about this. Clip. Why are you being like this? You're gonna make me go looking for it. The answer is yes. It made me go looking for the layer. So many layers! Have mercy on my soul. There we go. That's not the actual color. That's not it either. Oh, it's because they're... There we go. Man, because that layer was wrong, now all of these are gonna be wrong. Fuck. Is it, hang on. What's your least favorite thing to draw? My least favorite thing to draw is mechanical things. Like machinery or tech, that type of stuff. For me, it feels very inorganic, even though I know those things can be organic. I just haven't had the patience to figure that part out. That's me being honest. I'm sure they can be really fun. And I'm sure they can be really organic, but I have not had the patience to figure that out. So that's probably the least fun thing for me to do, is like really inorganic stuff. Just namely because I'm so used to organic shapes and having to be rigid, not perfect, but like, you know, I have to be really careful about when I'm doing not inorganic shapes, and it's just stressful for me. I don't enjoy it very much. I like being lazy and drawing organic things. Could probably do a lighter with these. I could probably do a lighter color with this, and it would still work. That did not work the way I thought it would. Damn it. Fuck. Damn it. I mean, that was pretty close to what I was going for. It was pretty close. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 second. Let me clean this up a little bit, and then I'll get to. Because I can see chat moving in the corner of my eye. What? That's the cover art. Oh, this is Godsbane. This will eventually be my Godsbane cover because I'm bringing Godsbane back. So after what, a year or so? Oh, bye, Vaughn. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Bye. Thank you for watching on Twitch.
Whoopsie, I accidentally hit caps lock. Wow, I can't spell for nothing. That's no surprise to anybody. I can't spell worth a darn. It's not a very good kept secret. I've not looked at it because I've been very busy. Zapstream, I'm sorry. I've been very busy. I've not had the chance to look at it yet. What is going on here? What did I do? What happened here? Oh, I see. I see what I did. Got it. I don't like that. Meh.
This is Clip Studio ranked? Oh, what do you mean like all my layers and stuff? I'm just really bad with layers. That's all. I'm just really bad with my layers. I have too many layers. Oops. All those buttons and brushes, how do you color code brushes? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean, color code brushes? What do you mean? Oh, it's over here. You can't see it. It's right there. it's just hiding over here. You just can't see it because of where I have it. That's all. Here, there you go. Now you can see how I'm doing it. I just color pick. I'm just picking colors on my own. Just picking colors. So what I'm doing now is I'm using the green to warm it up a little bit. To warm certain spots where I want it to feel a little bit warmer. Rather than cool. I'm using green to do that. Or maybe I want things to feel a bit warmer. Not quite so cold. I've moved on to yellow a little bit. I was wondering why that spot looked so cold. I'm gonna do that one. I'm gonna do that later completely over. All those buttons, yeah, too many buttons and brushes. But I think also I'm just used to the setup that I have. It took me a while to figure it out, and I know what brushes I use the most, so it works out for me. Because honestly, even though I have all of this stuff, I don't use all of it all the time. There's like only like a very select amount of it that I use with any regularity. I guess is like the best way I can describe it. It's like I know which ones I want to use. I guess after a while you just get used to what you use, you know what I mean? You just get used to it. Like, you're like, oh, this is what I use. Ironically, that kind of does what I wanted it to do better. In the previous setting. At least you don't have siblings that enter and touch your stuff, sending you back. I mean, I also live alone and I pay my own rent and I pay for my own food and I pay my own electricity and I pay my own internet. I pay to have that privilege. And I work a job to be able to pay to have that privilege. I work 2 jobs to be able to pay to have that privilege. So... I don't have any I mean, I have siblings, but none of them talk to me. You know, it's a little different when you... Yeah. You know what I mean? It's a privilege that I work very, very, very hard for. And sometimes I lose sleep over it. Case in point! Why I'm up late working on stuff. Oh, that actually looks kind of sick. I would have kept it like that? What do you mean? Like, having everything to yourself? Your family not talking to you? Because, I mean, that has its own privilege, its own problems. It's not necessarily a glorious thing to be completely alone. And have no fallback. Have no one to rely on in case shit hits the fan. You know? Like, literally nobody. It's a gift and a curse, honestly. Something you have to be... It's one of those, like, be careful what you wish for things. Okay, what layer is this? Because I don't like what it's doing. Oh, is that that? That must be this one. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean by I literally all I did was come in and it throws stuff and hope that it looked good. Sometimes you just gotta throw stuff on the wall and see what sticks. Oops. This is where all that painting comes in handy, is because now I can kind of identify color and stuff and... I get so stressed when I have to color stuff. Ugh. So much detail. Like when you have to color things, it's just, oh, I have to do this. Oh, wait, I also have to do this. Oh, wait, yeah, I also have to do this thing too. And it's like, I just wanna be done. I get so impatient when I have to color stuff. feel like I'm the only person who hates coloring things. Like, you know that kid that's like the meme? I love coloring! I'm like, no. That is not me. I don't like coloring. I don't wanna. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Look at this Aros being so dramatic. Look at him. He can't help himself. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is like, how can I, because red by itself is not a very bright color. Let me turn this on, for example. Red is like a medium gray, like at best. Like, for example, like this eye is like a bright red, but it's like a dark gray. So you have to create a lot of dark around the red in order for it to appear bright, even though red is not a bright color. So you have to like trick the brain into thinking that it's a bright color. And that's what I was trying to figure out is I'm like, how can I put everything, like, how can I darken everything around the red so that it is still legible, but it still looks bright? Or it's dark enough so that the red looks bright. That's kind of what I was trying to figure out is it's like, and then I was like, how do I tell people what I'm trying to do? How do I describe this thing that I'm trying to do? I can't, so I'll just show you. Alright, we just hit the 6 hour mark about 15 minutes ago. So, I'm not sure how much longer I can keep going, but I'm gonna do my best. I kind of wanted to make it look like it's kind of blending into the water. You know what I mean? That's so hard to do, though. He looks so pissant right now. He's like, bish, please. This drama queen. He's like, I don't need you judging me. I judge myself. Meh, I don't like that. It's too bright. Oh, I gotta change this now. I gotta change the color around it. I'll see if I can grab this like nice dark purple and put that in there instead. That way it's not black. Yeah, there we go. I'm having such a hard time grabbing this color. There we go, I got it. The only thing I haven't checked that I just now thought about is I don't know how good this will look in CMYK. Now that I think about it. Why are you bringing Godspanes back? Because I never intended to stop Godsbane. The only reason I stopped Godsbane was because I ended up being busy with Viz. And then, I left Global Comics more or less. Well, I can't say I left. Global Comics and I separated in April. And then after that, I needed to find a new job, and so then I had to go worry about that for a while, and I've had a lot of stuff to do that wasn't Godsbane.
Godsbane doesn't really bring me in a lot of income. And so I needed to focus on things that would bring me income because I don't have parents paying my bills. I have to pay my bills. I have an apartment. I have cats that I'm responsible for. I have things that I have to think about. And so I had to worry about getting stable again before I could think about things like Godsbane. So I never intended to stop Godsbane. It's more like I just had other things I needed to focus on for a while. I had to adult, as they say. I had to, like, do adult stuff. Sometimes it's just what you have to do. You have to stop working on things temporarily, and once you get stable again, then you can worry about that stuff again, but it is what it is. It happens. Just part of being an adult. Sometimes you gotta do stuff you don't want to do, or even worse, sometimes you have to stop things you don't want to stop, you know? There's no point in worrying about your projects if you don't have a house or a place to live. So, I had to worry about that for a little while. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just what you gotta do. It's not even an option, honestly, sometimes. Well, I can tell you it's going to happen. Like, you're going to have things that happen to you, or you're going to have to step away from making manga. I think that's just part of becoming an adult and realizing, hey, like, there's going to be times where I don't get to do what I want to do. That's basically unavoidable. It's completely unavoidable. It's going to happen. And it's not necessarily like, oh my gosh, my life is over, I'm not able to do this anymore. It's, okay, what do I need to do to get back on track? That's how you have to approach it. It's go, I know it's going to happen. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know what the circumstances are going to be. But you can't, like, let that be a thing that prevents you from doing something, or something that you're actively afraid of, because it's going to happen, so there's no reason to be afraid of it. You know, just be like, okay, when this happens, I will take it based on that situation. You know, like for example, like when I ended up splitting from Global Comics, I had no income and I had rent due. And I had ended up having a dental emergency shortly after we separated, and it was just, I had stuff happen. And it sucked. It sucked. It sucked a lot. But it was one of those things where it's like, if I sit down and have my little pity party, then nothing's gonna get done. So let's get up and let's get moving. And, you know, I'd never walked away from a job in that way before, and so I had no idea what to expect. I had no idea what to do. It was the first time I'd been going through all of that stuff. And it was scary, and it was frustrating. But, you know, you take it one step at a time, you put one foot in front of the other, and you move on. It's definitely not easy. But you can't spend your life living in fear of something. Because then that limits what you decide to do with your life, and if you do nothing but limit your life, then you're not living at all, are you? I think we're good. And adults in my life make it, because it is. It is hell. It is. Like, I'm gonna be dead ass honest with you. It is hell. Do you know what it's like? Like, how sad it is that most people in this life don't make enough money to get by. Most people don't. And that's like that's what you have to do perpetually. Like, that's just your life. And the amount of people that actually make it as a mangaka are super duper rare. Like, when I say make it, I mean can live off of it, are super duper rare. Is that any less reason to pursue it? No, absolutely not. That's why, like senior artists will tell you, you have to do it for the love of the game. Because, like, the odds are not stacked in your favor, and you have to go into this being okay with that. You have to go into this being okay with the fact that you may never get where you want to go. Nothing is promised. Hard work doesn't guarantee shit. I take that back. Hard work only guarantees you one thing. You're going to be tired. And so, people who are able to make it, they love art. They love manga. They love what they do so much that they don't care how hard it is. And I'm not saying that as, like, hustle culture BS. I just say that as, like, you have to love what you do, because it's going to suck. There are going to be days where you want to quit. There are going to be days where you decide that this isn't worth it anymore. And then you walk away, you take a deep breath, and then you come back, you sit down, and you get back to work. Like, I've had days like that, where it's like, you know, my writer, the writer Chris, for the assistant work, and my beta readers all know that I've had days where I was like, you know what, I'm done with Godsman, I quit, I give up. Like, I'm wasting so much of my effort on Godsbane when I could be doing more assistant work, or I could be doing regular commissions and making more money, or I could be going to get a normie job that actually pays me a lot of money. Because the amount of money that I make right now from, like, my full-time job, like my regular job, not the assistant work, is not enough to pay all my bills. I work 38 hours a week, and I don't make enough money to pay my bills. That is bad. And what really sucks, you know what really sucks? That's a lot of people in this country. That they'll work a full 38 hours a week and still may not, 40 hours a week. 2 hours a week ain't gonna make that big a difference. But they may work a full-time job and still not have enough money to survive. The only way I have food to eat is because I get free food from my local government. Or local charity, food bank, whatever you want to call it. That's the only reason I have food to eat. Or my stepmom gives it to me. She gives me food. So, that's the only reason I even get to eat. And I'm still here making manga, because I love it. I love manga so much that, despite the situation that I'm in, I'm fighting for my life. Like, literally sometimes, fighting for my life, because I just love making manga. Like, And I'm having to go to food banks to make sure I don't starve every month. That's the reality. That's my actual real life situation. I'm not saying that to be like poor pity art crumbs. That's just the reality of my situation. It doesn't make me feel good. I feel like a failure. I really do. If I'm just being completely honest, like 100% real for right now, I feel like a complete failure. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder why people find me inspiring at all. Because it's like, what do you mean I'm inspiring? I live off of food stamps. Or not food stamps, food banks. Because I'm too proud to go get food stamps. Actually, I don't even think I qualify for food stamps, if I'm being completely honest. I probably make too much. But like... So yeah, so I'm telling you, like, that, like, the way I am living now is a very real possibility for you. But you have to be okay with that. If you're going to go into this space. And you have to be okay working a full-time job while you're also trying to get your career off the ground making manga. Unless you have the privilege of having family or a spouse or whoever, whatever else to be able to support you in the meantime. And most people don't have that privilege. It is a privilege. It's a luxury. But also, that other person who's supporting the mangaka in their life, they may be working so hard that it impacts their health. Physical health or mental health or whatever. But if that's what they choose to do, that's what they choose to do. And they're a real hero for doing that. You know? There's lots of different situations. I know people that their spouse is the one who pays literally all the bills because they've just started their mangaka career. I know some people that are a mix and match. Like, the mangaka brings in some of their income, the other spouse brings in the rest. I know some people that they live at home, and their family is 100% supportive of them. And it's like, yeah, I support you. You go live your dream. Don't worry about rent. Don't worry about your bills. Don't worry about your car. Don't worry about your phone. Don't worry about your food. I got you everything. And then there are other people who live completely by themselves and have to worry about their food and their rent and their cats and whatever else they have, their car or whatever. So, every person's gonna have a little bit of a different situation, and you're gonna have to figure out how you want to live yours. I don't know if that made any sense, but, you know, or what you can do. Sometimes you don't have a choice in the matter of things. Sometimes you don't have that choice. For me, when I went to art school, you know, I got a lot of debt. I graduated with like $70-something thousand of debt. 27,000 of that was in my name alone. And because I didn't pay it, it was about 25,000. Because I didn't pay it for a couple years, it ballooned all the way up to like $38,000 within 10 years. And then I got some help paying it off. I got it all the way down to 26,000. And I've not paid on it for the last year because I've not really had the money for it. And now it's back up to $27,000, almost $28,000. And that's my choice. That was my choice. That was my choice to go to art school. I'm having to pay that now. Literally pay it now. So, I'm not trying to be like sentimental or grouchy or whatever, but that's real life. Like, that's me. Unadulterated, like, non-filtered, non-censored, like, this is just the way that I have to live. Because I'm not afraid to embarrass myself, I guess. I hope you guys don't interpret that as me being grumpy. That's just me sharing, hey, this is my reality. But yeah, it absolutely is hell for some people. It's not sunshine and rainbows. Very few people get to live that kind of reality. A very privileged few. And that's why some people get so upset, is because it's a very privileged few who do get to do those things. And sometimes it doesn't feel fair. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just like, that's the reality of the situation, and you have to be okay with playing that game. That's just what it is.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. Here's the other thing. If you decide to become a mangaka, this is something you really have to think about. What if you never succeed? Whatever success means to you. If success is, I want to become published in Japan. What happens emotionally if you never reach that? Like, in theory. So, like, for me, success for me is I can become independent on my art. That's for me, what success would be. What if that never happens? Like, I have to think about that. Like, how will I, cope with that? How will I handle that? Can I find a silver lining in the fact that I didn't accomplish what I felt I came on this earth to accomplish? And the answer is yes. You know, I am okay with that because when I'm laying on my deathbed, which I've been to many funerals, mind you, I've been to many funerals in my life already, and I'm 35, and I don't want to be on my deathbed with regrets. And I know, for me, if I did not pursue this, if I did not try to pursue this, if I did not try to accomplish the things that I want, I will lay on that deathbed with regrets. And I'll be too old and too weak and unable to do anything about it. And so, as long as I am physically able, I will continue to try. And if I don't make it, cool. That's fine. It's whatever. I did my best. Will I still ultimately be sad that I didn't accomplish that? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll still be really sad that I didn't accomplish that. But at least I can, you know, breathe my last breath without the regret of, I wish I would have, or I wish I had tried, or, you know, what if? The question what if is the most terrifying question to me. Because you don't know. Like, you're never gonna know. So, what if I never applied to Viz? What if I never went to that portfolio review? What if, like, I never tried Godsbane again? What if I never, insert question or whatever? What if is like the one question that completely scares the piss out of me. So, I don't want to be that person. Alright, guys. It is 4:17 a.m. I should go get some sleep. I'm actually an hour late in going to bed. So, let me save this really quick. I think I'm happy with that cover. I'll sleep on it, and I'll see what I think about it in the morning. I might have to, you know what? No. I see one more thing. I lied. I'm not done. I'm gonna add some more red in here. I don't know what happened. I thought I added red in here. Now that I'm looking at it again, I see that it's faint. I lied. I'm not done yet. See, this is artist brain kicking in. Wait. One more line. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. There we go. Oh yeah, that's way better. I feel like this could be better. I'm not happy with this eyeshadow color either. Usually it's kind of like a pinkish color. So since I've already got blue in there, let me add in some of this and we'll see if we can get it right. No. I'm actually not mad at the blue color all that much. But yeah, those are questions you should ask yourself as a young person. Is, you know, what is it that I'm after? Is it fame? Is it money? Is it stability? Is it the fact that I can say, "Hey, I did that"? You know, what is that thing that you're pursuing? Why does it matter to you? I guess is my question. Like, why does being a mangaka matter to you? You have to figure out the answer to that question, and that's something that only you can. I don't mean to sound all meta and stuff, but that's honestly a question only you can answer for yourself. I can't tell you what your answer is. Like, you have to come up with an answer. Whoops. I am so sick of having to turn everything into a color layer. Get to play what layer is this game? My least favorite game ever. What layer is this game? Worst game ever. I hate this game. Because I have so many layers that I'm not easily gonna be able to find the one that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna just have to manually do this. Have mercy on my soul. Oh my goodness. I think I've hit all the layers. What the fuck? Okay, fine. I give up. Whatever. It's whatever. To me, it's, hey, I did this. I got published and achieved my goal and maybe a bit of fan base as long as I live without my life without regrets. That's kind of a non-answer though. I'm sure you're ranked N2 in that game. I don't know what that means. N.2? I don't know what that means. N, like, N+2? Oh, the fine layer game. Yeah. It's the worst game ever. That'll do for now. I mean, I'm not happy with that, but maybe this needs to be more bluish. So now it looks like he's got a black eye or something. What color is it supposed to be? How about I just do that? What color is it supposed to be? Have mercy on my soul. I don't even know where this picture is. Oh. Fuck. Oh, here it is. What color is it supposed to be? He's got the prettiest green eyes. Ugh. Okay, yeah, see, I was going in the completely wrong direction for that color. Almost a clay color. It doesn't look good with that eye there. See, this is the part that is just like, you just gotta sit through it, dude. Pick all the different color modes and find the one that looks the best. Oh my gosh, like all these like small, minute changes. Ugh, have mercy. Oh, there's a weird layer here. What is this? And I get to turn off all my layer. Oh my gosh, I get to turn off all my effect layers trying to find this one. Ugh. There we go. That'll do, I suppose. That'll do. Oh my god. I'm sure I'll find something to pick at later. You know, I wager this could be white now if I wanted, as far as like the color. Oof. Oh, no. No. Mistakes were made. No. That was a bad idea. What about this kind of cool pinkish color? I mean, I don't hate that. No, we're not doing that. What about this color? No. What about this blue? It's a cool blue. I don't hate that. And then this color is slightly wrong. A little more. A little more muted, a little darker. There we go. That's pretty close. Is that, yeah, basically. Yep. Aros is such a dramatic drama queen. He's a drama queen, is what he is. But he's my drama queen. I really hope you guys are gonna like the story. I really hope you guys do. I've worked so hard on this. Like, I'm currently working through... Let me save this. And see, when you zoom out, here's the thing. When you zoom out, you should still be able to understand the basic of what's happening in the cover. Or at least it should still be interesting. So when I zoom out, like, that's kind of cool contrast. You can still kind of... Even look... I mean, it's like the size of my pinky nail now. And I can still understand the basics of it. So that's how you know it's good contrast. Now when you put it in grayscale, maybe not so much, but it's still got contrast in it, so... That's what matters, baby. Now, is it good for print? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably not going to look that great in print. But that's for later art crumbs to solve. That's not a problem for today, art crumbs. It's a problem for future art crumbs. And so I'm working through this color... Not this color, this new version of Gosbane. I've got some new panels in here that I was really proud of.
Like all of like this one was really fun. Like this environment here and like his little sketchbook here was really fun. This environment up here in the top panel took me way too long, and then some of these older ones I'm able to recycle, because like what the action that happens in them is still relevant. And of course, I'm not gonna not use this one. I mean, look at him. He's like, wah! So, and then I ended up putting this here just as like a. I don't know which one I like more. So I'm probably gonna take yeah. So I just realized I gotta change some things. But originally I was gonna have the first version of the most recent version of Godsbane mixed with my new one shot, and now I'm gonna go back to what I was originally planning. And so a lot of this stuff, these panels are gonna get moved around into a new order. And that's kind of what I was starting. That's why you see this panel here twice, because I'm moving stuff around. But yeah, it's really fun. I think Aros the sad boy. So I really enjoyed working on these 2 pages though. Like, ugh, I had so much fun with these. So that'll be chapter 1. Woo! And what I'm doing now is I want to have this as the series cover, so I'm actually going to move this. This will end up being put here, and then I'll have the original chapter 1 cover that I had done, the one with like the head on the stick, the one with the head on the stick. So that'd be really fun, I think. Save as desktop. I believe I should have the time lapse of this one. Oh, no I don't, but it's okay. I have the basic idea, so that's fine. That'll do. Look at this sweet boy. Dramatic boy. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I'm definitely going this time. It's 4:30. I gotta go to bed. So, gotta get some sleep. Thankfully, I have tomorrow off from work. And so I can just sleep, do whatever. I do want to stream again tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe the writer could join us. Eventually. I'm sure eventually he will. I don't know about right now, but hopefully, eventually, probably he'll join us eventually. So it's really late. It's 4:30. But I will see you guys later. Take it easy and have a great night. Thank you so much for everyone who stopped by today. I love you. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're on my YouTube channel. If you're not on YouTube and you're on Twitch, it'd be really great to, I don't know what you can do on Twitch. Can you like the video on Twitch? It's been a while since I've been on Twitch. But yeah, I will see you guys later. Bye!